Yeah, we can talk a little bit about that today. Hello. Sitting in silence for 60 minutes. Yeah, that can be good. There's, I would say there's two elements in meditation, and one is the wisdom element, and then the other is the samadhi element, like the deep meditation experience element. So the Buddha emphasizes wisdom, and the meditation is just like the most skillful thing to do. One of the most skillful things that you can do. Can also think about it like meditating for 60 minutes or the deep meditation experience. It's kind of like getting your foot in the door, like a door that's closing. And then the wisdom is your foot already being in the door. So you don't really have to do anything to keep the door from closing. The door's gonna stay open. Something like that. Like the door of being on the path or reconnecting with the path. Because at the beginning, maybe we're not really on the path. So it's like you have to kick your foot into a closing door. Closing doors like your ego out of control. So like to stop that ego that's out of control. But once you get some wisdom, then it's like a automatic stopper. And practicing meditation like that, I'm lucky, sitting in silence for 60 minutes every day. That can be really impossible for a lot of people. So this channel is a way of like being at the meditation center. I'd rather let the heart beat and the sunshine than be put into a decision between two things. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about the sitting in silence, because we're in a different era, we're in a different time from like the Buddha. Let's say the Buddha. And even for the Buddha, he left home in the middle of the night. He left his family behind to go and, get enlightened. And he went and found like meditation masters to stay and study with and practice with. And he didn't just do that, but he was really skillful. So like he mastered everything that the meditation masters, the monks that he went and lived with, taught him. So he was a bona fide meditation master. But what he realized was that when those periods of time were up, he was still suffering. When it's like even those meditation experiences are a kind of pleasure. You know. So if we're looking at it from a Buddhist point of view about getting enlightened, uh, it's less about taking refuge in meditation, and it's more about taking refuge in wisdom, or taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, or taking refuge in like the path. It's like a whole path. And you can imagine how difficult it would be to perform your job if you weren't at work. Like if you weren't at the office, or if you weren't at the environment where all the tools were and your coworkers were and your boss was, etc. It'd be very, very difficult. You come out to a place like this when thinking gets crazy. You go for a walk in the cemetery. You go to share, you go to be with others and practice. You go out to get concerned with big mind, not small mind. Because the thoughts are more tricky than they are powerful. We give a lot of belief in how much authority and power thoughts have, but really they're not as powerful as they are tricky. And then their power comes from, we're convinced. We're convinced by that thought or that sound. But when you think about like, oh, this is my life, this is my problem, this is the story I have about myself, this is the recurring theme of my life, it's only real at that moment. It only has power in that moment as you're feeding it with belief, as you're feeding it with being convinced. But the moment that you step out of that box where your ego thrives, and that box can be watching TikTok, watching YouTube, sleeping too much, taking drugs, can be a lot of things. But once you step out of that box, immediately you can be in a state of non-belief or not being convinced. And it's not ideal for the ego. The ego never gets to win because the ego depends on your body or my body, and your body or my body has to die. So the ego never wins, whether it goes in that direction or this direction, or it goes into these 8 worldly winds that we have to deal with, like pain and pleasure, gain and loss. Praise and, people say mean things to us. High status and low status. So there's that song we often sing here on the channel, this is it. This is it. And that's really the strongest point of the song, is the this is it. And then we add on the extra ingredients or the extra intentions of how we want to live, how we want to experience. So we say, this is it. This is a happy moment. This is it. This is a wonderful moment. This is it. I have arrived at this moment, and the only moment is now. So it can sound really corny. But when we start to either have insight or to develop wisdom, to cultivate wisdom, or once we start to have enough faith to be willing to empathize deeply with wisdom, then that teaching of this is it becomes very profound and very accessible. It becomes very alive, like this is it. This is a happy moment. This is it. Then we get to, I have arrived at this moment. So the I has arrived at this moment, and the only moment is now. And once we start to connect with the momentness of reality, of life, that's when we can see through even the concept of a moment. And that's where we can see through the concept of a you or an I, the concept of a you in a story. A stupid question. Questions themselves are problematic. So a good question, even the idea of a good question is a problem, because what's there to ask a question about? What you see is what you see. What you hear is what you hear. What you feel is what you feel. This is what it is. You know, it's like a child doesn't need to ask questions most of the time, because everything is just being experienced, is being learned through experience. So in some ways, it's like we're taught to ask questions because we're forced to answer questions. Anyone here ever been forced to answer questions? And then sometimes we're forced to answer questions, and then the answer that we give isn't even acceptable. So we're being forced to answer a question that we don't have, and then the answer that we give is determined to be unacceptable. So now we have to give an answer that's based on the desires of the person who's asking the question. That's not our own question. So what we're practicing here, and you know, the more that you tune in and you join along on this journey, this monk life meditation journey, uh, remember this practice to detach. Don't get into arguments. Don't get into combat with our new friends here who don't know about this practice, this path. But be really aware. Watch your reactivity to maybe what people say, and don't react. I can be quick to react. So aware and uninvolved. You can learn also to do it like that. For a question to be a reflection, or a question to be something that invites you to look very deeply. So there is a practice in Zen Buddhism, in Chan Buddhism, called a Hua To. And this is a Chinese word that means like a thought head, the head of a thought, or the tail of a thought. What comes before a thought? So you will ask a question like, what is this? Or you will ask a question like, what was my original face? My as in yours. Well, my face is my face, your face is your face, right? So what is my original face before my parents were born? And looking into the space that's there before the question arises. Looking into the space that's there before a thought arises. You know, and I think that so many of us were forced to listen and forced to answer questions and forced to be involved with questions that didn't mean anything to us, that we really cut off our blood supply, our oxygen supply of curiosity and openness. Because the people here who are leaving the comments, they are also making donations in their own way. They are also supporting in their own way. Because, you know, what are people used to these days? What do you think young people or everyone is used to these days? Scrolling on TikTok, scrolling on YouTube at people trying to sell them something, or people taking themselves too seriously, or people just being entertainers. So it will take a little bit of time to settle down and build up more community. But in the meantime, the people that are here and saying funny things, they're really big supporters. So give them a lot of detachment as much as you can. I can put it in the chat, Alfredo. I was a monk for 7 years, but I'm not a monk now. It's actually one of the subjects I wanted to look at or explore today. Um, it's just about money. And I think in that way, like power to distract. I'm not going to leave the PayPal link up there though, so please get it and then I'll take it down. I don't want people to get the wrong idea about me. The sun is rising. It's a full sun. Well, it's dangerous to sell drugs. So that's the danger zone, right? Yeah, we make a lot of stories up, a lot of belief. Belief in our own story, belief in other people's stories, belief in a lot of things that aren't actually here, that we can't actually see. So I like to consider myself more of a non-believer. Sure. My best advice, working advice, the advice that I'm working with now as a digital nomad and spiritual entrepreneur is don't be in a hurry. Don't rush. Not to be in a hurry, not to be in a rush. Yeah. We really want validation, don't we? Want attention, want validation, want to be seen in a particular way. Want things to go in a particular way. You can try. You can try, you can experiment. The version of yourself that can't try and can't experiment, that's locked into like doing things this way or doing things that way and everything being black and white, is like the you that's in a hurry, in a rush. And really, where are you rushing to, you know? Rushing to your grave? Rushing to your end? So try to see, this can go very, very deeply, but try to see a little bit that whatever it is you would like to do or you're doing or you're going to do, you could also not do that. So try to use a little bit of that power. Use a little bit of the power of not doing what you could do and see how that feels. Use a little bit of the power of doing what you couldn't do. See how that feels. Alfredo, you have WhatsApp. You can message me on WhatsApp. Malaysia is very multicultural. So it could be a mosque. It could be a Hindu temple. Could be a Buddhist temple. Could be a Christian place. I just feel really supported by the community here, the people who are here. I feel support to be relaxed and inspired and calm and open. Okay, you can send me an email, Alfredo. That's probably better. And anybody here can send me an email if they ever need to talk or whatever. Got it? And it'll be a I feel a very exciting and interesting day coming on for our live stream. Very exciting, very interesting. So buckle up. But also I'd like to share with everyone very important lesson. If you give attention to the kind of negative spirit, the negative spirit will come into you. So actually you have to ignore. If you try to, you try to help them or something, the negative spirit will come into you and you will have to deal with it. So better to ignore, better to relax and release. Yeah, you can pick it up, but just pick it up and throw it away. Also, you know, some snakes wouldn't bite or don't bite, and you can pick them up and hold them. Nothing's for sale here. You know, this is a lovely, open, fresh community space. And you know, the way that this space is right now, we can close our eyes, or we can, you know, not read the tiny text, what people are saying, drama that's going on. Because really, you know, people are doing what they can do, what they know how to do. And we can't ultimately say it's bad or wrong, or that it's harmful or helpful. It's kind of like a testing ground. Because when we idealize this, you know, okay, I'm going to do 60 minutes of meditation every day, it can almost be a kind of disassociation. But when we're here and we experience difficult people or difficult feelings, that reactivity, that is the place to be aware and not attached. And to recognize our capacity to do that. And to do that deeply. Without running away or trying to cover it up with something. Some kind of explanation. But just to be mindful and not attached. And patient as well. Really, really patient. We might want this to be a particular way, so that's a desire. And when someone comes along and affects it to make it in a way we don't want, that's our aversion. So we have a capacity to really practice it very deeply. To be deeply mindful, deeply in meditation, not attaching, not fixating. Oh, there's that thought again. Oh, there's that person again. We see that thought, that person, that experience without attachment. This is just a vipassana wisdom experience. And as sure as it has arisen, it will pass away. I also like it, or rather, it's also interesting to me, drama. I'm not saying that it's not. You know, sometimes people come in the live stream and uh, insult me for, you know, accepting donations or living on donations. And that can be a wonderful opportunity to remind people about giving, about practicing generosity, that there's nothing to be ashamed of about being generous, about making donations or volunteering or offering service. There's nothing wrong with seeing someone as your teacher. There's nothing wrong with letting go. There's nothing wrong with just being here in this moment. And it's another topic I wanted to talk about how far we get away from that, how far we get away from the authenticity and the legitimacy and the ultimacy of this moment as it is, and how vulnerable it makes us. How vulnerable it makes us to bullying, how vulnerable it makes us to getting involved with our conflicted emotions, how vulnerable it makes us to going into very strange and weird ways of being in relationship with one another, how we can be so vividly, ferociously selfish, how disempowered we can lead children to be and lead ourselves to be in moments of being exploited or dealing with people that are trying to pull us down pathways of desire or pathways of fear, how people justify their negative emotions, how people justify their ill will, how people justify their complex negative thoughts about others. So this is to raise the flag of mindfulness and detachment. This is to raise the flag of the sword of wisdom, cutting through all the bullshit, cutting through all the ego, cutting through all the game playing, to say no, to scream it, to yell it, no, to know how to run away. And we think, well, what do you mean? Do you have to fight? Should we carry a gun? Well, let's start with being able to say no. 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 You know, and sometimes we're in these situations to scream it, to yell it. To never stop saying no. To never stop running. If that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. Don't be a slave to someone's anger, to someone's greed, to someone's delusion. Don't be a slave to your own anger, greed, or delusion. Get up and run. Say no. And if you're running out into the cold, you better keep running. It'll keep you warm. It's better than allowing this anger and this greed and this delusion to just go on and on and on and on. Sometimes we have to know how to say yes and go with the flow. But sometimes knowing how to say no vehemently and totally and completely and to run, that's where we need to find our flow. If we can't find it with going with the flow of being abused or being mistreated or being unseen or misseen, we have to run. Run so much that your own ego can't even follow you. Say no so much that even your own ego can't trick you. Human beings can be some of the most compassionate and wise beings, and also some of the most sick and twisted, deranged, psychotic beings. So in this community, in this live stream, we have a choice to make, to practice together with the whole body and mind, with our whole lives, to go towards being deeply compassionate, deeply wise, deeply forgiving, and to not be pulled around by the emotions of others or the opinions of the majority, to be a radiator of protection, a radiator of standards held, standards of wisdom, standards of compassion. It doesn't mean that you're not a little shithead. It doesn't mean that you're some kind of saintly, amazing. It's just that there's a standard here, that when the activation happens, when the cause and conditions come together, when there's someone in need, when there is a real need or a real danger, that you are ready to rely on wisdom and compassion, rely on mindfulness and detachment, and to be able to share that with others. Even in a Buddhist temple, even in a meditation center, anywhere around the world, we don't have the luxury of the people around us oftentimes considering about wisdom, considering about compassion. It's just not the world that we live in. This is an age of darkening, Dharma ending age. Instead of going around and criticizing each other, How about we just say, the world is full of idiots, and I'm one of them. So yeah, we think, oh, what an idiot that person is. Oh, how unskillful that person is. Oh, how misguided the situation is. And then we remember, yeah, just like me. And just like them, we all have a one-way ticket. Doesn't matter how much money you hoard. Doesn't matter how many special experiences you have. Doesn't matter whatever you think up in your mind about who you are or who other people are. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere. Taking it easy. Taking it slow. No more worries. No need to hurry. Let it be. Mindfully.
things that others don't see. You've made your mistakes, but I won't go away. I know you have got a long way to go. Don't fear, you won't be alone. Nights alone, can we be strong? We can be mountains in the wind, so we can lean and we won't cave in. We've made our mistakes, but we'll try our best today. I know we have got a long way to go. Don't fear, we won't be alone. I know we have got a long way to go. Don't fear, we won't be alone.
So we can walk together, go to have morning cappuccino, and hear the wonderful sounds of the dead and the living, the birds, and the silence of those who've passed away here in this cemetery. We can share our experiences of suffering and also our experiences of no suffering. We can ask questions about the path of ending suffering. And also share the answers that come from our own experience of ending that suffering. when I started on the path of working to end my suffering, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. I just knew that I couldn't deal with my suffering alone. And I understood, even in a very naive way, that Buddhism and meditation and the people who were interested in that were working to end suffering. Somehow I knew there were people that might be able to help. And in being around those people, or in being in that environment, I would have a chance to somehow get free. The Buddhist philosophy gives a little bit of a different perspective about suffering that's not personal. So the personal story of ourselves and the suffering story is basically a delusion. Like an attachment to a movie that's not real. And that attachment to that idea of self, or that idea of the story that makes up ourselves, keeps us in a loop of perpetuating that suffering. So the suffering that I was going through, from my perspective, is the suffering that everyone is going through, anyone is going through. It's not actually personal. It doesn't actually relate to my story. That's just how it appears. Kind of like how waking up in the morning can be very tiring. Feel very tired, very sleepy. So maybe I won't go to school, or I won't go to work, or I can't get up, or I can't get off TikTok, or I can't stop drinking. I can't stop distracting myself. And that's really the reason that I love live streaming so much, is because it gives me a reason to get out beyond myself. Get out beyond my personal suffering. If we have an attachment, or the attachment based on doing good, it doesn't really need to be explained. It is still attachment, but it's good attachment. And if we have attachment on doing what is bad or causes us to suffer more, then that's naturally a bad attachment. But the real good and bad in terms of ending suffering is just to attach or not to attach, to hold on or to let go, and how deeply we can practice that, how deeply we can let go. Let go and open up to giving, open up to helping. Open up to listening instead of trying to get. Back again to the person who, asked about, they heard 60 minutes of sitting in silence every day is really good. It's true. But when it comes down to it, this is the only 60 minutes you're ever going to get. The 60 minutes of right here and right now. And that's wisdom. But of course, it's better to do good things. It's worse to do bad things. Not because of like some God in the sky, but because you want to feel good, don't you? So it's just practical to try and do the most good that we can so that we can feel the most good that we can. It's interesting. Each step that you take and each breath that you make, that's the situation that you're in. So you don't have to think so much about the what ifs or the other people or the society in the way of meditation, just coming back to really what's experienced right now. Just for me, that's the most reliable relief. I'm also interested in other things, politics or where I live or, what I'm gonna eat or what I have access to or what other people are doing. It can be very interesting. But I've been all over the world, and there's nothing more reliable to take refuge in than actually being right where I am. So that's what I have to rely on. And I'm thankful for this YouTube channel and the possibility to live stream, because it puts me back in my own shoes. Puts me in my place of being in the here and in the now. And you can hear, maybe you can slowly hear how we begin to work into the city environment. So we're stepping out away from the bird song, into the sound of motors, and smartphones and pigeons. It's almost definitely a good sign if it's boring. It's almost definitely a good sign if it's kind of annoying. That's how meditation retreats are. Boring and annoying and horrible. So strong medicine tastes bitter. So don't be afraid of bitterness. And even when you taste the sweetest medicine, you may notice bitterness more easily afterwards. That's why the teaching of the Buddha is the middle way. Yeah, it's a nice idea to become a monk, or it's a nice idea to start, exercising every day, and you get into a routine, you get into a program and all that kind of stuff. It's a good idea, but I think for me, I just need an intervention. I need a regular intervention. I don't want a routine, but if I can have an intervention regularly, that's good enough for me. So this is like my intervention. My thinking without attaching to thoughts intervention. Because it's really easy to get addicted to thinking, or it's really easy to get addicted to depression, or it's really easy to get addicted to, our desires or our fears, and just to be wrapped up in our bed, in our room, and we just get stuck like that. So walking out like this, it's good. I'm a Buddhist, so some of the the highest Buddhist beings are revered because they willingly go to hell to help people. So it's like we can radiate peacefulness. We can radiate compassion. We can radiate wisdom. But the world is still full of shit. That's why I see some people that are, some like happy influencers. So they like go on the beach and they're singing and smiling and dancing and they're getting everybody else to dance. But actually, from my point of view, the way out of suffering is through suffering. And then wisdom informed meditation rather than special experience focused meditation. And also I know some of the people who spend more time here, who are a little bit closer to what's going on here. I know sometimes they want to engage or interact because they see the people coming in and going out. My recommendation is to kind of say things that will get people to think, because actually in the live stream, it's not just people seeing me, but it's also people seeing the comments. So you can engage them that way, but not by involving with them, just by sharing, like see what you can come up with creatively. Hello. Good morning. How about the banana?
Yeah, actually banana has sold out.
Yeah, sold out, right?
Yesterday I had the last pizza. It was sold.
Okay, I'll try the mellow cup blend.
Sure.
Yeah. A cappuccino hot. Yeah.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Neither fake nor real nor any word to describe it. It's just this. Everything is okay. Whatever you do, don't go anywhere. Just stay here. When you breathe in, know that you are breathing in. When you are breathing out, know that you are breathing out. Give all of your knowing mind to breathing. Knowing when you're breathing in, knowing when you're breathing out, and everything else, just don't know. Everything outside, give, don't know. Offer, don't know. So I'd like to express some gratitude to Sofa, Emma, Alfredo, and Melissa for making some donation this morning. May all the donors be well, happy, and peaceful. May they be healthy and wealthy. May they be successful in all of their endeavors. May no barriers appear before them. May they overcome all difficulties. May they be free from sickness, old age, and death. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. Yeah, that's one of the topics that I wanted to talk about or share about today. Is because I see in myself, sometimes I can have like a big hope. Maybe I want to have a meditation center, or I want to be able to offer more to people, or maybe I think highly of myself. I think highly about my skills or my abilities, and and then I look at myself and I see, well, I'm a little bit of a loser in some ways, and I can look around and I can see how how much identity is just built up upon circumstance, or how much identity is just built up upon conditions that we find ourselves in. Like, for example, right? I can see myself, maybe like I'm a wise person and I'm a skillful person, but I just, I don't have a meditation center or anything like that, and I'm not like a very well established anywhere, just kind of on the path. But what I know is really important to me, more so than what I have in the outside world, is what I have inside of myself: my peace, my well-being, my compassion, my insight, my own ability to end suffering. But sometimes there's a confusion where I think that the outside world is going to represent my own capacity to deal with the suffering within myself. And it just doesn't. I could be much less wise, much less skillful in how I deal with suffering, and much less skillful in how I'm able to help other people. And I could be a millionaire, or I could be a billionaire. I could have meditation centers all over the world. So what I'm trying to point to there is that there's a shallowness in the outside world. There's a shallowness in materialism. And where that materialism or that outside world gets its value is in how it allows us to convince ourselves that there's some kind of deeper meaning within ourselves because of the flashiness or the outside representation. But really, you can't trick that. And you shouldn't try to. And you shouldn't try to compare yourself with other people or other groups. Because everything that you have, everything that I have right now is enough for me to either get myself in a bunch of trouble, to start yelling at people on the YouTube live chat, or to be very angry or be very upset, or everything that I have right now is more than enough for me to cultivate peace, for me to be at peace. For me to not have to keep seeking or searching. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Welcome to Peace Class 101. The coffee's starting to hit, so things are going to get really, really exciting. Things are going to get really, really interesting very, very soon. And so what I'm saying is that, like, you probably have the space, more than you realize, to be completely at peace within yourself right now. And to be completely at peace within yourself right now in a way that overrides the story of your life, and is also not about you having anything in particular, or not having to deal with something in particular. And the way that you can be sure about that, or like deepen that peace, is go inside. So like for me, right, of course I like when we have a lot of people watching and a lot of people participating. That really inspires me. When we have a lot of W's in the chat, when we have a lot of likes in the chat, etc., that really inspires me. That's exciting, right? So wait, maybe my peace is dependent upon that, right? And for you too, right? You might be like getting involved in the TikTok or the movie or the relationship you have or something going on in your life, right? So to test like that, the unconditional peace, the peace that's not about anything, the peace that's not about getting something else, closing the eyes and, going within yourself. Because immediately when I do that, it's like Schrodinger's viewer count or Schrodinger's likes. There might be 100 viewers in here right now. Everybody might have left right when I closed my eyes. I really don't know. And there's a guess, like you can make a guess about what's going on, but really you don't know. And so even though I don't know, there's a real peace that can be there. Like nobody to compete with. Could I get another cappuccino? What is your name, sir?
Branson.
This your coffee shop? You're the owner here?
Yeah, I co-own, I don't fully own.
Oh, that's great. Can I get another cappuccino, but maybe the
Another left.
yeah, the one of the single origin.
Single origin.
Yeah, maybe the honey or the peach one. The honey.
I think you like strawberry, right?
Yeah, the strawberry one better. Okay.
So I'll take that one.
Thank you. It's really delicious, wonderful coffee shop.
Thank you. We are celebrating 10 years old.
It's
This coming Sunday.
This is really my kind of coffee shop because you have the very good Wi-Fi and the very good coffee and comfortable places to sit, so it's just really well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. I stay at the meditation center nearby the Bodhi Heart. You know the Bodhi Heart?
Not too sure.
Anyway, it's very close, so I can walk here easily. Yeah. So.
No wonder you are like, I thought you had already going back to your country or elsewhere.
No plan. Just stay here for now.
You'll be here for another few months or?
Because I don't have a plan. But this coffee shop being here is good, very good sign. And also on Penang, the 4G or the 5G is really strong everywhere. So that's unique. Most city or most place, it goes in and out. But here it's very stable.
I think partially because of because over the 20, 30 years, our state has built a lot of international factories, which I think they need the infrastructure. So the government also invested a lot in the infrastructure, especially for this. Soon 5G will be fully covered as well.
Wow. Yeah.
So I think during that time, anywhere even you are on top of the mountain, you still can
Yeah.
a good access on it. But temporarily, in certain areas, 5G you can receive with 5G, but most of the areas are 4G, still 4G.
Oy. Uh, there, there was a Tibetan hermit guy that I met, that I talked with, and he told me that once you get into like the natural meditation or the non-dual meditation, then your eyes naturally dilate. So like your eyes get big. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I like that idea. Because even though we might understand that seeking is the cause of suffering, there's still certain things that the ego wants to seek for, and hopefully they get better over time. Like it's better to be seeking to be peaceful and spiritually developed and have a high capacity to help others than it is to be seeking to be, materially wealthy, like you get a bunch of money or you have a lot of pleasure. And that's what you have to watch out for. You have to watch out for the spiritual ego that starts to build itself up. Hopefully, your spiritual ego is building itself up like connected and concerned with the real Dhamma or the real spiritual teachings rather than the fake spiritual teachings. But what it looks like, especially when you're dealing with the fake spiritual teachings, is that some people get some kind of deep meditation or some kind of wider perspective, but then there's all these complicated ideas about what's going on and what reality is and what the spiritual world is and all this kind of stuff. And the real spiritual teaching, it just cuts through all of these ideas about things, that it's not about thoughts about things. It's about feeling suffering, feeling unpleasant more than it is about thoughts about things, complicated ideas about the world and reality and the mind and different beings and things like that. Because this is really more concerned with non-duality and Zen or Chan, but it's all inclusive. So, there's a lot of play, there's a lot of flexibility. No, fake spiritual teachings they're dualistic in nature. They're story-based in nature. They fixate on subjectivity and objectivity. So it's just that there's higher and lower dhammas, and a lot of spiritual teachings, and it's even a broken word for like young people and Western people, but like how to be free from our suffering. A lot of those teachings or ideas in the West are not really coming from lineages or traditions like human ancestors of development and practicality and specificity. So it's all like, hippy-dippy chakras and candles and blue moons and green sapphires and things like that, which is fine, but these are just not higher dhammas. Yeah, it can be really, really bizarre. It's not really about belief systems or masters. It's just that some people are stronger than others if you're talking about arm wrestling. If you're talking about carpentry, some people are more skilled at carpentry than others. If you're talking about how fat someone is, some people are more fat than other people. So if you can't accept like the basic truths, the relative truths, as just being relative truths, but being relative truths, then you won't have access to the absolute truth. So there's a saying, before enlightenment, I saw the mountains as mountains, and I saw the rivers as rivers. During enlightenment, I saw that the mountains were not mountains and the rivers were not rivers. And after enlightenment, I saw once again that the mountains are just mountains and the rivers are just rivers. So it's a lot of flexibility and inclusivity. And the really strong encouragement here is not to get stuck in attachment, not to get stuck in grasping, not to get stuck in seeking. It's not that, oh, you like ice cream, I gotcha. You're drinking cappuccino, I gotcha. You have a bald head, I gotcha. It's that everything is what it is. And that our practice is our own responsibility, and going around and telling other people what to do or trying to get other people to believe things is not a good idea to be busy with. That comes up, that happens, maybe subliminally, maybe intentionally, but stepping back from that and coming back to the higher Dhammas. Coming back to the non-dual perspective, coming back to mindfulness and detachment, coming back to nobody speaking, nobody listening. And being really, having faith in that, or empathizing with that very deeply. And then using that as a platform for sharing our needs or sharing our wants, and supporting each other with consent, not with transaction, not with expectation. Like, I expect you to do this, you expect me to do that. Don't expect me to do anything, but you can ask. You can ask me to do anything, but just don't expect. No expectations, no reservations, just show up. There is no end goal. The end goal is just goallessness. But within that goallessness, there's all kinds of communication, there's all kinds of sharing, there's all kinds of doing good deeds. Basically, this is a practice of meeting the needs of the others. Practicing meditation through meeting the needs of the others. And when you do like that, when you're really doing like that, you're trying to do like that, it's not surprising that your needs will also be met. You get back what you give. And the reason that I'm not necessarily a monk anymore is because it's not really necessary for me to connect and reach Westerners as a monk. They don't need that. They just need more naturalness and human connection, and that's what I try to share and offer. So I don't need to be a monk to do that. I could be. I certainly can still wear funny clothes, not as a monk, and people will be okay with that. Yeah, I chose not to be. But also it just happens. So that's part of the teaching, right? That is, just as much as I chose to no longer be a monk, it just happened. And just as much as I chose to no longer be a monk, and just as much as it just happened, there is nobody to have ever been a monk. And just as much as that, me and you are here talking about it, So there's an emptiness in everything. Even in emptiness. Emptiness is even empty of itself. Just like emptiness is not an idea. Emptiness is not a story. Thank you, Dream Tooth. Yeah, I mean, the way of being a teacher means that you've gone down the way of being a student. Doesn't mean you are a good student or a perfect student, but you've gone down that path. And the more willing that you are to be a student or to be a listener, the more ready and skillful you will be to be someone who shares. But actually, it's not, we might aggrandize or idealize like being the person that people are looking at, but that's not really necessary. The power in it is like the connection in it. So for me as a teacher, or for me as a facilitator, or as a host, I feel connection to what's happening. It's just a more connected life. So you don't have to be the teacher or the leader to feel more connected. And that's what this is about, even for myself. It's not for me to be a teacher, it's for me to be more awake and more connected. So that so that I'm in the way of practice, in the way of being, and of course, always being a student. It was kind of like a temporary ordination, and just as a novice, not as a fully ordained monk, a month ago or however long it was ago. Yeah, it's just not time for me to be a monk right now. Nor do I think it's really necessary, even though I do miss it. I miss the robes, I miss the status, I miss the position and community. But I can see that's what I told my teacher. I said, I can see that a lot of my desire to be a monk is ego-driven. And that's just not a good reason to be a monk for me now. Let go of bitterness, clean your palate. Sure, you can taste some sweetness of life, but that actually might make you remember more of the bitterness. So instead of seeking out the sweet, just seek out the neutral, or seek out beyond taste. So one of the best things that we can do is get in our car and drive to a park or a place in nature, or just step outside of our house and just walk. And you don't just walk, you're not just walking meditation or walking because someone told you and dragging your head and dragging your body around. Walk away from your entire life. When you walk like that, you abandon your entire life. You abandon everything. You don't even know if you'll ever go home again, or you'll ever see your family again, or whatever. You walk like that. And you just breathe and walk and abandon and let go and experience. You know what I mean? It will go away on its own. So this is not monk clothing. This is the clothing for a lay practitioner. Especially in Vietnam, they wear clothing like this when they go to the temple. And if you can't let it go, then pick it up and put it down. And sometimes we need to, it's like if you get really fat because you eat a lot of candy, you eat a lot of food. It's great, great. You go to the treadmill and you run for 10 miles for 10 days. You're still going to be really fat. So this idea, this compulsion of like being in a hurry and getting to the end goal very quickly, it makes us miss out on our lives. It makes us miss out on what's in front of us that we actually can make use of. And don't be idealistic about like being in completely control. This is a big part of my spiritual path. This is a big part of my refuge, to be here live, to be here together in community, and to have all the kids coming in, the young boys and the trolls and all the things like that. This is a major part of my spiritual path, because it's a place for remembering and arriving and being exposed and being vulnerable. And that inspires me to be mindful, to be in the present moment, to be in the here and the now, to not half-ass it. Sometimes if we're just lazying around in bed, we're in our own filth. you know, and then when we go out into the world, we can put on our clothes, put on our shoes, go for a walk, be exposed to ourselves. Be exposed to that which is beyond ourselves, which is like everything in life. You know, to be able to look at ourselves and smile. And get past this barrier of inauthenticity. You know, oh, it's not my real smile. Just look at yourself and smile. You know, because you have to be willing to feel and face that sense of like not the real you, for the real you to come out. And then for that not to be polluted by ego. And ego isn't just like somebody calls you out or says, look, that's your ego. It's the perpetuation, it's the continuing of thinking about yourself over others. So if you can let go of that for an instant, you can let go of your ego. You can let go of being like that. Tenzin, give me the best definition that you can of that word, of Rinpoche. I don't have it all figured out. That's why I'm here. If I had it all figured out, wouldn't I be levitating on the top of a mountain somewhere? So I don't have it all figured out. And that gives me a chance to help a lot of people, I think. Curb the ego through generosity. You know, curb the ego through trying to help someone. Curb the ego through making donations. Curb the ego through volunteering. Curb the ego through some way of self-sacrifice. You know, giving yourself up. Even just being here, you know, and listening, and being willing to take someone as like a teacher. You have to put your ego down to do that. I don't know. Tenzin is just a matter of personal opinion. If I considered myself to be that, then I would be really ridiculous. It depends on the way that you're doing it, Ronald. If you're doing it in the way of giving and generosity without expectation, then no, not really. You just need to take a rest after you give so much, or you give too much. You take a rest and then you get back to giving. You can think about ego in a lot of different ways, but the way that I think about it is it's a momentary thought, or it's a momentary feeling or experience where I'm thinking about myself more than I'm letting go of thoughts. And being open to everything, being open to the world, you know? It depends on how you're thinking about it, Misfit, but you can say the ego is something to be relaxed. The ego is something to be forgiven. The ego is something to be seen through. And yes, the ego is something to be dismantled, destroyed, and dissolved. But for a lot of us, it's just going to be, you know, to forgive the ego, to relax the ego enough to see with our own eyes, to hear with our own ears, to stop like perpetuating thoughts, and just actually look closely and look deeply. Yeah, Sadhguru. Great. You can say it that way too, V. There's a lot of different ways to say it, you know. But ultimately, whatever way you say it is just saying things, you know, it's just a saying. So I think it's more how you're embodied, your mind's orientation, your heart's orientation. Because really the words that I'm saying can't convey the mind that is saying those words right now. So the most that you can get out of this experience, or even to know what this experience is, isn't based in the words, your words or my words about it, but it's like a mind-to-mind experience. And if you don't know how to relax or forgive your ego, then you'll only be stuck in the words and you won't actually be able to experience like mind to mind, which is not ego-based and not based in words. Why do you care about the liberation of other beings? Because it's a field of merit, it's a field of blessings. It's fantastic. To have the opportunity to help and share and care about others is fantastic. And let's get some big W's in the chat as well for all the people that are constantly just flowing in and out, who, for whatever reason, they don't have the interest or the time to stay here and spend time, but they give us that extra boost of energy, right? Wow, 30 people, 40 people here. So we feel like something really big's going on. And then also for some people, they only stick around because they see that there are a lot of other people here. So we can give some big W's for them.
laughter and joy in the warmth we seek. Generosity flows like a river strong. Mindful hearts beat all night long. Buddha, Santa in the skies above, brings peace and joy with a touch of love. Detachment lights our path anew. Mindfulness in all we do. Give with open hands, detach from greed. The virtues of life are what we need. Chanting echoes, a drum beats grace. In this moment, find your place. Buddha, Santa in the skies above, brings peace and joy with a touch of love. Detachment lights our path anew. Mindfulness in all we do. Appreciate now where we stand, with hearts open wide, hand in hand. A Merry Christmas, a year that's bright, in peace and love. Will unite.
We're all in this together, whether we like it or not. And sure, we can say alone together, but it's better to be alone together than it is to be alone alone. So please feel that this is an open space where you're welcome, no matter what. So having a new experience, having a new experience and having a meditative experience. Something new, something interesting, something that we didn't know about before. You can see it that way, and that's pretty normal. There's a lot of things that we don't know about, even if we're really smart. Even if we've watched a lot of TikTok videos and a lot of YouTube videos, there are still things that we don't know about. I think that you and me, even if we put our heads together, we couldn't begin to imagine how strange this world is. Strangeness is oftentimes an invitation to look more deeply, to be curious. We're a little bit easy to put everything into a box. And when there's something that we can't put into a box, we just put it to the side and put the label strange on it. But it's honestly an opportunity to look more deeply and to listen with our hearing ears on. Who here has their hearing ears on? Who here is wearing their hearing ears? Who here is using their seeing eyes? Good. Very good. Very, very good. So when we let go of everything, and feel open inside of ourselves, when we feel like becoming one with the sky or the clouds, or becoming one with openness, it's always available for us, always accessible. And sometimes we need so much. We're looking for connection, intimacy, some kind of guidance, some kind of support, something that feels real, something that feels alive, something that engages us. And it's right there. It just takes a moment of looking within, a moment of stopping, a moment of opening, to see that there's something better than the best TikTok video, something more interesting than the coolest anime, something more valuable than all the money in the world. That is the opening within ourselves, opening up, opening out, giving away all of the clinging, all of the stress, all of the holding on, all of the figuring out, giving it all away. To feel the relief of peacefulness that isn't about anything or anyone. That is beyond time and space. also call it the listening. You can call it the giving of listening. Giving so much listening that the thoughts about what we listen to become irrelevant. And just the listening itself pervades the whole body and mind. The listening itself pervades the whole universe. Above and below, inside and out. Everything. Letting go of everything. Letting go of all the profit, all the good things, all the positive experiences, and letting go of all the negative or lower experiences as well. Let go of everything. Not a good idea next up. Better to just let go of that. Is it a clone or is it the real me, maybe? Maybe I'm the clone. Monk Life, you have to send me some of those pictures. Send me an email collection of the pictures that you use for your memes. I'd really like to see those. So it's a real relief. It's a remembering of the access to relief. And it's not relief based on the ego. It's not reliable concerned with the ego or with the self or with the story. It's a relief that transcends the body and the mind. It's a relief like how the reflection of the moon is empty of the moon, and yet not. You can't understand it. the more that you try to understand it, the more of a fool you'll make yourself out to be. It's not something that we can grasp a hold of and understand, or make a conceptual framework for it. It's beyond our understanding, just like you can't grasp the moon that appears in the reflection of the water. That is the moon, but you cannot grasp it. It's not other than the moon, but you cannot grasp it. So it's a kind of a sharing of the relief, or a sharing of this total forgiveness that one seems to experience. You know, it feels like you experience it. It feels like you experience the suffering, or it feels like you experience the peacefulness, or it feels like you experience the understanding or the not understanding. But the you in this is just a thought. So we have to go deeper into the experiencing itself to see how clearly the you is just a thought. The you is just empty. So we like to feel pleasure, right? So we like the ego in some sense. We like how we can make our pleasure deeper. But that liking how we can make our pleasure deeper is also the liking of how we can make our pain stronger. And so both of this, the pain and the pleasure, go together with suffering. Because we have the attachment to the pleasure, but it's impermanent, it's going to go away. And then that means we have the attachment to the pain, because we're seeking again for the pleasure. So you have to stop working. You have to stop solving. You have to stop being involved with the pleasure seeking, and stop being involved with the pain avoidance. And that means you have to walk out. You have to walk away from pleasure and pain. And just the smallest bit of walking away from pleasure and pain can give you the freedom from the whole ego situation. The ego is existing on pleasure and pain. The ego is existing in its ability to get pleasure and its ability to avoid pain. That's why the wealthiest people in the world are not wise and compassionate according to their wealth. You know, it's almost like they become more animalistic, or it's like they go back in time, like now they're in the feudal era of the 1700s of kings and queens, and you know, they build these big castles, only now it's high-rise apartments and yachts and things like that. Because it just makes, it's a heavier, you make yourself heavier when you fixate on the pleasure, when you fixate on the pain, when you can't step out, when you can't walk out of the perpetuation of the cycle, when you can't step out of the time. You literally just get up and walk. And instead of going back to the thinking when you're walking, you go back to the releasing, and the forgiving, and the uninvolvement, and the ending of the story. You walk out as if you may never come back. You walk out as in that walking, you abandon your family, you abandon your bills, you abandon your job. So if you find the time to walk out like that, it's like you're having an intervention for the ego. It's like you're having an intervention for greed and anger and delusion. The pain is with you. That's why the walking out is powerful. Because once you walk out from all of your attachments and all of the stories from the box that you've put yourself in, now you can actually feel the pain as it is. And then you can walk with that pain and walk out from that pain. The pain is there reminding you and teaching you to go deeper and to go beyond, and to forgive and to release and to end. If that pain wasn't there, you'd continue in the cycle of ignorance. Turn around and around and around and around, but first walk out. Walk out and give up and give out and give away. Also practicing generosity, making donations, volunteering, practicing self-sacrifice in some way. We have to learn the art of self-sacrifice. Because it's like you're living in a bubble of selfishness. Everything that you do in your life is about you or an extension of you. So we have to do something that's about giving up ourselves, giving up what we want, giving up what we have control over, giving up what we fixate on, giving up what our ego has. This is why it's very important to practice generosity in relationship with the teacher or with the teachings or with the Dhamma, because this is not about your ego. If you think that you liking this is somehow relevant, or that you appreciate this, or that you get value from this is somehow relevant to what this is, that's very, very confusing. So you have to, for yourself, for your ego, so you have to practice self-sacrifice in relationship to this. This is to facilitate and support you to sacrifice, to give up, to give away, not to perpetuate the cycling of the ego of entertainment, that this is some kind of entertainment, or this is something that you're agreeing with, or this is something that you're consuming. This has to be something that pushes you and points to you to sacrifice, to practice sacrifice in relationship with this. It's like if you were living at a meditation center and you were listening to teachings like this, and then you thought that you agreeing with the teachings there was you volunteering or donating or supporting the meditation center or practicing meditation. It's just not realistic. Like you write on the board, I really appreciate what's being said here, and then you go back to your room and you watch TV, etc. So you have to find a way to sacrifice in relationship to this. Otherwise, your ego is going to override any sense of practice in this, any sense of this being practical. It's going to be another chakra healing, kundalini, sex workshop, 5 hertz, nonsense. You have to sacrifice yourself. And that means to sacrifice what you're attached to. As a volunteer, as a donor, as a serious practitioner. You have to be with this in a way where your ego can't hijack what's being taught. And so that you like this, or that you appreciate this, or that this has value to your ego is just your ego. It means you're not really receiving or hearing what's being said. you have to find a way to intervene, to step out, to abandon yourself, to renounce your thoughts, to get rid of your identity in this experience, in this situation. So what we're working with here, we're working here with no after and no before. So we are actualizing timelessness. We are actualizing selflessness. And because we may not be able to do that, because we're not at that level yet, we have to find a way to practice generosity. So that may mean that you're listening in a way that's not about you understanding it. That means listening without the smog of the ego in your ears. So instead of understanding this, not understanding and deep listening. It's kind of like everyone here is a criminal, a thought criminal, an ego criminal. And this teaching has sentenced you to death. So you have to find a way to accept that which you don't want to accept. This is accepting death. This is accepting ending. This is accepting the resolution of all your problems from top to bottom. Throughout the body and mind, no. And in terms of those thoughts or those situations or those stories or those, experiences that come up, we're giving forgiveness. We're taking up the ultimatum of forgiveness rather than involvement, rather than understanding, rather than managing. So we're learning the skill of walking out from whatever it is that's a problem, or whatever it is that's a solution, or whatever it is that's correct, or whatever it is that's incorrect. So every thought that we have is irrelevant. And every thought or whatever that is not irrelevant is just to be forgiven, and a reminder to also ask and receive forgiveness. There is no some things in this. Just use the word everything. Everything that's a something is wrong. Use the word everything to finish all somethings, meaning a thing that's separate from everything. An idea, a thought, a situation, an experience, no justification, no discussion, no debate, no back and forth, just the ending of the ego. the ending of identifying, the ending of seeking, the ending of avoiding, the ending of this being a thought-based experience. The invitation to the ending of this being a thought-based experience. Irregardless. But what about my ego? But what about I felt that, I thought that, I heard that? Irregardless. Giving out and receiving the forgiveness. Knowledge is food, and food is poop. Forgiveness is like resolution. The resolution that permeates through no-thingness. So the reason that we need to forgive is because there's a thing. There's a person, there's a place, there's a situation, there's an experience. So to forgive the thingness, to end the thingness. And to do that, you can use the word everything. The everything that is already not something. Beyond some things. Beyond separate things. Beyond fixation in the mind. And so you have to find a way to work with this skillfully, because if you were here in the meditation center context, let's say I was giving a Dhamma talk, and you would have to just sit there and shut up and listen, because that's what everybody else would be doing. And we'd be like in the meditation hall, so you wouldn't be multitasking, you'd kind of have to focus and deal with it. But that would just be a small period of time. At the other periods of time, you'd be volunteering, you'd be doing good deeds in the center, in the environment, or meditating, right? So you'd be practicing self-sacrifice. So you have to find a way to practice with this in a way of self-sacrifice, where you are consistently or making a commitment to do what you don't want to do. Meaning you're giving up the body and the mind. You're giving up your attachment. Not just listening to this and believing in it and agreeing with it. I couldn't give two flying fucks if you believe or agree with me in what I'm saying. If you think that you being here and agreeing with me has some kind of importance or relevance, you've got a really big bad problem. Did you hear what I said? If you think that being here and agreeing with this somehow is helpful or useful or a part of your practice, you've got a big bad problem. And you better intervene by doing some kind of practice of generosity, some kind of practice of self-sacrifice. Just keep listening, peaceful captures. The method then is to just shut up and listen. Keep shutting up and keep listening. If you're drinking alcohol, you're not reachable. That's the reason that the Buddha tells us to not drink alcohol and not to smoke weed, etc., because you're out of commission for a while. It's not just that for this moment you can't actually receive the teachings or connect with what's being said. It's going to be hours, it's going to be days before you're sober enough to actually receive what's being shared. There needs to be a practice-based element to this. There needs to be a self-sacrifice-based element to this. As they say, you've got to put your money where your mouth is. Your mouth isn't going to do much good. You got to put your money there. You have to put your attachments on the table. You have to give away your attachments. You have to sacrifice your attachments. You have to sacrifice your habit of drinking alcohol. You have to sacrifice your habit of overconsumption of media. You have to sacrifice your habit of talking about nonsense things with people. You have to sacrifice your habit of being out of control with your sexuality. Well, it's not as much about hardcore discipline as it is having that active, sincere, real relationship with self-sacrifice, with generosity. Just like an intervention, like you're intervening in your self-compulsion, you're intervening in your self-addiction. So if this just becomes a part of your self-addiction, then that's not going to help very much. Don't make this a part of your self-addiction. Don't make this a part of your ego. Make this the reminder to renounce your ego, to renounce your identity, to renounce your involvement with self. It should be really challenging. It has to be really challenging to get the point. Sacrifice your freedom, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your identity, sacrifice your habits. Sacrifice your view, sacrifice your perspective of what this is. Sacrifice your understanding of what's going on here. Neither good nor bad. You attach to a good understanding about it, bad idea. You attach to a bad understanding about it, bad idea. The good idea about it should just be for practical use. The bad idea about it should just be for practical use. To use without attachment. Wait. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a rush. What do? Then you wait. Then you wait without seeking. You hang out without understanding. So that whatever this is can poison the ego. And that you can learn your own way to poison the ego. so that this can help you to cultivate, so that you can learn your own way to cultivate, and vice versa. Over time, patiently. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for inspiring me. Thank you for keeping me focused. Etc. Learn to say, actually, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure. Hey, where's our W's? Let's get some big W's for the Peace Class 101. Please leave a like if you haven't already. Let's get some W's in chat. We're taking over YouTube. We're going to the very tippy top. Oh, glad you're still here, Alfredo. So it's like we are going to work together. Only here you pay the boss and you get nothing in return. And the teaching, what the boss is telling you, is that there is no boss. That the boss's power is in bosslessness. There's no work to do. And that's the work that we're doing. There is no top, there's nowhere to go, there's nothing to do. What do we say in our songs? Remember our songs? I have arrived, I am home, in the here and in the now. I am solid, I am free. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. I believe. It's not really about believing, it's about actualizing non-belief. Yeah, if you can. But you have to intervene in the constant ego thought process and self-perpetuation before you're going to have a chance at following the thought. Because if you're thinking all the time, it's going to be like brown noise or white noise. There's not going to be a chance for you to notice individual thoughts, right? So you have to start by practicing generosity, by making sure that you're considering about precepts or mindful living, ethical living, right? There's 5 precepts for all of us to follow. Don't kill, don't even kill the bugs. Don't steal, don't even snoop. Don't lie or speak harshly or talk about nonsense like politics with people. It's just not going to be good for your mind. Be very, very careful with your sexual energy. Don't get intoxicated. No weed, no alcohol. 5 precepts. Put them on your wall. Because that practice of generosity, it's like a small amount of self-sacrifice. And when we do that, firstly, we kick our own butt. Because we shouldn't be practicing generosity. We shouldn't be giving away what's valuable to us because that has value. That's going to sustain ourselves. That's going to sustain our ego. We're not supposed to give that away. So we kick ourselves in the butt and we invest. We get concerned with. So what are we concerned with here? Nowhere to go, nothing to do, no ego to hide, no ego to be enlightened, etc. Cornbread, if you're really drinking alcohol, I mean, you're just ruining your life. Yeah, it's an action of renunciation. You're investing in renunciation. And it will help you to take this seriously. Not just to praise me and support me and oh my gosh, Mr. Rob, oh my gosh, Mr. Monk Life Meditation, oh my gosh, Bhante, whatever, you're so great, you're so wonderful. No, to hold me to task, to ask serious questions. To feel that this is also yours as much as it is mine. When you're drinking and smoking alcohol and you're living like that, you're living in squalor. You're creating a sick, polluted environment, not just for yourself, but for the people who are around you, for the people who care about you, for the people who are involved with you, for the people that you're responsible for, not just materially, but also mentally. And your mind and your life doesn't need to be that way. So consider this your intervention for the alcoholics or the drug addicts here. There is another way. It's not about what we think about things. It's not about what we say. It's not about what we do. It's not about you and whatever you can come up with or whatever can originate from you. It's not about that. So what comes from not you? That means that your thoughts are not relevant. And you know, inherently, you know naturally that mostly this is not you. Most of the world, most of the universe is not you. So how are you going to respond to that suffering, to that cycle, to that situation, to that experience in a way that's not about you, that's not from you? That's not from your ego. Yeah, it's non-dual. No environment, no you. Excuse me. Yeah, Matan's a good guy. Matan Evans, good guy for sure. Let's spend a little bit of time together. Monkey see, monkey do. Can you close your eyes just like me? See how my body is breathing? You can see the breath coming in and the breath going out. Just closing eyes and breath breathing. Relaxed. Relaxed and open to feeling anything, everything, whatever it is. Be the loser, be timid, be shy, be vulnerable, be exposed. Expose yourself to yourself in this simplest way of closing your eyes and looking within. Feeling the breath, breathing. You know, how stupid can we be? The breath is literally allowing you to be alive. But how often we just see it as trash, see it as nothing, see it as worthless. So take each breath, experience each breath as if it was keeping you alive, you dummy, because it is. The breath is keeping you alive. The breath is life. The fact that you're breathing right now is why you're not having a panic attack and freaking out right now. So can you appreciate that? Can you recognize that? Can you feel that? The peace of breathing. Relax and release the whole body and mind into the peace of breathing. Each and every piece of breathing. Each breath being bigger than your ego. Each feeling of breathing being more real than your idea about yourself. Let go of the ego of thinking into breathing. Just let go. And feel it. Whatever's there, feel it. see it, hear it, feel it, breathe it. Relax and release the whole body and mind into this breathing. Let the breathing happen naturally. Not about controlling the breathing or not controlling the breathing, just let it be natural. Naturally controlled, naturally not controlled. How does it feel? Recognize how it feels to just be breathing. To just be aware without seeking. Recognize it, experience it. And relax even more fully into that. Not to get something, not to understand something, not to go somewhere, not to fix something. Just to breathe. Look right at the feeling. Look right at the feeling of just breathing. Wherever that feeling is, maybe it's moving, maybe it's still, maybe it's in the chest, maybe it's in the nose, maybe it's in the shoulders or the head. Wherever it is, just look right at the feeling. Feel the feeling without thinking about it. Did it work? Are you enlightened now? Did it work? Are you enlightened now? Go back to the breathing. Don't let thoughts spinning confuse you. Just let them invite you to go back to the breathing. For those who donated this morning, please consider that you take care for my meal today, and also a cappuccino, so thank you. There is something in the world that is neither in the sphere of the ordinary nor in the sphere of the holy. It is neither in the realm of the false nor in the realm of the true. I'll say it again. It's a secret. There is something in the world that is neither in the sphere of the ordinary nor in the sphere of the holy. It is neither in the realm of the false nor in the realm of the true. No. To study Zen, first you must obtain directions to the ultimate goal. Hearing sound and seeing form are inconceivable. From the eternal sky, every night the moon shines on every home. Its reflection descends into a quiet pool. But how many know? There is a road to emptiness by which everyone can arrive. Those who do arrive realize that its rich flavor is lasting. The ground of mind doesn't produce useless plants. Naturally, the body radiates light. Okay, here's a clear one for all the naysayers on the supreme vehicle of Zen from Zen Master Yang Gui. He said, this is a recording from him, I am asked to expound the supreme vehicle of Zen. But if it is the supreme vehicle, even the sages stand aside. Buddhas and Zen masters disappear. Why? Because you are all the same as the Buddhas of old. But can you really believe and trust this? If you really can, let us all disband and go our separate ways. If you don't leave, I'll go on fooling you. No, weed is not a magic plant. It's just like alcohol. The most important election is the Dhamma election. We have a choice each and every moment to vote for mindfulness and detachment, or to vote for ignorance and attachment. You can also, thank you so much, you can also understand it in this way. Every moment you have a choice to vote for greed, anger, and delusion, for those to be higher, or you have a chance to vote for greed, anger, and delusion to be lower. Wow, how so fast? How is it possible? Like magic, wow. Food come very fast. Okay, thank you so much.
Right.
As they say, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Better let go and move forward.
KT, can you be more specific? Matt, go for a walk and don't think about anything. And when you notice that you're thinking about something, go back to not thinking about anything. Go for a walk and do that, but do that in a way where you're not stressing yourself out. That's a meditation. You should ask yourself, KT, and you should tell me the answer. Why do you think like that? Why do you think so much about what the other people say? Why do you care so much? You should stop believing. Stop believing that you are a person in a story or in a movie, because you think of your life like that, right? You think of your life like you're the character in your movie, or you're the character in your anime, right? And you like the movies, you like anime, you like a TV show, but you know it's not real. So your life or your story, where people can be mean to you or nice to you, is also not real in the same way. It's just like a very convincing movie or a very convincing, interesting anime. So you have to remember that it's just a show. You have to remember that it's not real. So you go back to your breathing, or you intervene in your own mind. You say, "Shut up! No! Mr. Monk told me it's not real." And you're taking yourself too seriously. Sometimes the characters in the anime, sometimes they take themselves very seriously and they're really cool and strong and successful, right? So we like, wow, that's great. But sometimes in the anime, the people take themselves very seriously and they're getting abused and they're getting taken advantage of, and they're just very weak because they take themselves so seriously. You have to relax the attachment to the story of yourself to be able to say no to elements of that story that are just not a good idea. Think about it this way, KT. You might know someone who is very ugly, or someone who is very stupid, or someone who has a person with a disability. So imagine if you took the mindset that you had about worrying about what other people judge you or think about you or say about you, and what if those people had that mindset? That would be horrible. You don't want those people to have a mindset like that, do you? If you do, if you're okay with that, then you're the bully. So when you think about it like that, you say, wait a minute, those people who are sick or disabled or ugly or have a bad situation, I don't want them to feel bad. So you don't do that to yourself. You have to be the protector for yourself. And even more, if you are the disabled person or the ugly person or the stupid person, you have to be even more not to think like that, not to be like that, to love yourself. What other people say is just their own mind. They're just pushing out what they have in their own mind. You can't believe what other people say. You can't even believe what you say or what you think. Just be free. Remember the way of being free and letting go more than how you think about it. Stop thinking. Start breathing. Be like a zombie. Be like a piece of wood. Don't think so much. Just breathe. Take a bath. Take a shower in the dark. Sit down in the shower. Focus on your breathing for a little bit. Be very careful what you say, little ones, because Santa is a very good friend of mine, and it just takes one call for you to go from the nice list to the naughty list. So if you want to get presents this year, you want to have lumps of coal under the tree, or you want to get your special gifts, your Nintendo Switch 2. Just one phone call, that's all it takes for you to go from the nice list to the naughty list, or vice versa. Smith, you are not your sickness. You are not a special person or a unique person in your sickness. Everyone has the sickness. Everyone has the sickness to die very soon. Everyone has the sickness to be on the edge of life and death. If you like to think about your autoimmune disease, meditate on it. Find it in the body. Feel the anxiety. The anxiety might be leading you to the cure of your autoimmune disorder. Just like for people who stutter, that anxiety, that stuttering is leading to the core of why that's happening. But we're so caught up in what other people think and what's going to happen in the future and the expectations we have that we don't know how to stop and look within. We're always trying to push it out. Push it out. You don't have to push it out. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to think anything. You don't even have to, this isn't about failing, this is about not trying. That's the greatest way to fail, is not to try. So stop trying to fix the problem and you will be able to go to where that problem is. You'll be able to listen more closely. Who's ready to go to the Chinese embassy? was ready to go to the Chinese embassy. Yeah, I'm trying to look into it, but I fear it's like really expensive. So I'm gonna go to the embassy and see if they can give me some information. Okay. We're gonna switch the Wi-Fi, everybody, to the mobile network. Hello? Hello? Can we get some W's in the chat? Okay, great. So we're gonna go to the Chinese embassy. Yeah. You ain't wrong, smog dog. Big W's in the chat, everybody. I also order a replacement case for the microphones because they charge in the case. So we will be back to better audio quality in a short time. Okay.
Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. This is my podcast. The power, the real power, okay? The true power, not just smudging around, not just fiddling, twiddling around. The real power, the true power. Hup! Okay? Don't be cheap. Okay, here we go. The Chinese government should be right up here. What? The Chinese government. Amitofo.
Cannot going, cannot going. Couldn't sit. Cannot going.
How to... I have question for visa.
How one visa?
Visa.
Oh,
Please.
Okay,
please,
sure,
please,
sure.
Here, very hot.
Yeah, hot outside. Oh, hello.
Yes, anything you want to ask?
I'm American, so
alright.
I wanted to know about the getting a visa to go to China.
Alright,
What is the option or what is possible? Because
yes.
I really wanted to go there, but
Okay, you want to apply for a visa, right?
yeah.
Yes, for sure. You can visit the website. Have you tried to access to the website?
I'm not very good with the online.
Yeah, understand. Because now, almost every application will be handled online. They will also request you to fill in online, and
Yeah.
then, but after you submit your document, they will request you to get your fingerprint. So you have to visit physically.
Like here.
No, not here. Here we don't have the visa service. The visa service will be at embassy, KL, Kuala Lumpur.
Not here. No embassy in Penang.
Now we only have consulate. Consulate we don't have the
It's
visa.
for the Chinese people, right? The consulate is for the Chinese
The
people.
consulate we only offer the like consular protection.
Oh, I
for,
don't know what that is, but I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So.
And do you know about it? Is it difficult to get visa to China or expensive? You don't know about it.
And
Really.
no. I don't think it's difficult, but you have to apply, submit the document online. Yes.
Okay.
And then wait for their approval and for the procedure.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Amitofo.
Alright.
When you eat, don't eat too much. And after you eat, you can go for a walk. Especially for the young boys. Have a lot of energy, have a lot of excitement. So when you're eating, especially if you eat too much, if you fill up your whole belly, then afterwards try to go for a walk a little bit, because you ate a lot, so you need to walk and the blood flowing and your body to be good. Okay? So the question comes up, doesn't it? What's going to happen now? Anybody know the answer? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next. This is not really about what I want. This is about being as uninvolved with wanting as possible. Now, if you want anything, then it's too much. If you want anything, then it is too much. Indonesia. We had a good feeling before, and we liked that good feeling. So we want to perpetuate it. We want to make it happen again. We want to have it happen again and again and again. This is where we go wrong. This is where we fall into the trap of our desire and our constant seeking. It's not that desire is wrong or right. The question is, do you want to suffer? And the question is, what is keeping you from being able to help others or being able to transform suffering more deeply and skillfully? To go 100% beyond thoughts. This is where a lot of people get it wrong. They think there's higher and lower thoughts. There's better and worse thoughts. There's more real and less real thoughts. Thoughts are just thoughts. And how much you get involved with them or stuck on them, that doesn't mean anything. You get stuck on a lot of things that don't make sense. So, this is the work of reducing the self. A lot of spiritual people think that they have special thoughts about aliens, about psychic powers, about conspiracies, or weird ideas about the planets and all that. It's bogus. Just a trick, just a game. Low level players. And the reason that they're low-level players is because they're attached to this idea of higher and lower. So there is no higher or lower. As they say in the Great Middle Way, there is no teacher of North and South. There is no dualistic fixation. Meaning that this is where complicated thoughts come to die. This is where complicated thoughts come to end, to cease. And this is concerned with the rejoicing of the ceasing, the rejoicing of the ending, the resolution of all the struggle and complicated thinking. And the preference, we want these kinds of people, we don't want those kinds of people. Well, you get what you got. And this isn't about getting or gotting. In terms of we're trying to get something, stop. Stop trying to get something. In terms of making use of what you've got or whatever, drop what you've got. We just accept, mindful love, and detach. There's a lot of noise going around about, well, Indian people aren't so good, brown people aren't so good, white people are pretty good, etc. And this is the noise that actually we're working to bring that to an end here. But if we're seeking for some destination, if we're seeking for some certain kind of result, well, then we might be picking and choosing. I want a white one, not a brown one, etc. We got to let go of that. We're not car shopping here. We're practicing to give. We're practicing to see and to realize how completely stupid we are. And in that way, the brown people, the black people, the white people are all equally stupid. So there's no need for racism. In the ultimate way, in the deepest way. Very, very important to know it like that, to see it like that. That's my next step, isn't it? To write a book, to write an amazing book. Who's going to buy it? How many sales do we have lined up? Penang Times Square, what the heck is that? Okay, very good, very good. It means don't think. It means think beyond thinking. It means go deeper than thoughts. That's what it really means. It means when it's hot, let the heat kill you. When it's cold, let the cold kill you. All right, all right, all right. Don't blow smoke here about my book. You know what my book's going to be? You're an idiot and I am too. And then it's in the inside cover, it's going to be thanks for your purchase. And then everything's going to be blank from then on. That's a teaching. Walk around and be a nobody. Okay, Crow. How honest are you? How old are you and where are you from, Crow? I mean, talk about schizophrenia, talk about being psychotic. Hearing voices, seeing things, people sending messages, unknown anonymous people, spirits, asking questions. Okay, good, Crow. As in seeking an end to such things for acceptance is still seeking. Just cut it off at the root. Take your shoes off and walk barefoot. That's the teaching. Take your shoes off and walk barefoot. And you can't do that. You just can't do that. That's why we practice generosity. That's why we cultivate blessings. That's why we get involved. You think if I could just take my shoes off and walk barefoot, I'm going to be wasting my time live streaming? No. I'm going to be levitating on a mountain somewhere, and I'm going to come back in 10 years with a big bushy beard and not aged a single day. So that means we're getting involved in the practice of cultivating blessings, investing in the path, not investing in our beer budget. And we're really taking that seriously, you know what I mean? We're not messing around about that. We're taking that seriously. Invest and self-sacrifice. Support each other. Join the mailing list of the heart. I bet you did. But you know where that beer is going to lead you. You've got enough problems as it is with the beer budget that you already have. We've got a small community here. So it's up to each one of us to practice seriously and to get involved seriously for the benefit of all. We have forgotten the value. We have forgotten the value of generosity. Everything's about taking. Everything's about selling. Everybody wants you to buy their bullshit. And you like it too. You want it too. And then you want to sell something. It's a cycle of buying and selling, a cycle of selfishness, perpetuating itself. We've got to break through that somehow. To develop a trust and faith in the legitimacy of this path. That's where the intervention comes in. I'm not talking about you farting your way up to the top of a mountain and being an enlightened person. I'm talking about this way of ending, this way of resolving, this way of finishing the whole shebang. Bing, bang, bop. Done. And when it comes to being lonely, it's because we've become accustomed to pleasure. We've become accustomed to being Caesar, with his big fat belly being hand-fed grapes. We think that everything is our dominion. Everything is under the kingdom of our discretion and our leadership. Everyone is here to serve us. Everyone here is here at our behest. What that means is that you're not able to appreciate the simplicity of being, or you're not able to appreciate the peacefulness that is accessible. You're not having a panic attack, so that's wonderful. Can you have a panic attack? Of course you can. So to appreciate and to value these sources of happiness, these sources of wonderfulness in our lives, like the breathing, like the seeing, like the hearing. But everything's so covered up with the shit of selfishness and only connecting based on interpersonal transactions, not generosity, not giving, not self-sacrifice, that we've made everything about our egos. We've made everything about our desire and our fear. We've made everything about the kingdom of self. No wine. Functioning alcoholics better get out of here. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Functioning alcoholics who aren't generous better get out of here. If you're a functioning alcoholic, you better be an exceedingly generous functioning alcoholic. But better yet, reduce the drink. Reduce the alcohol. Mushrooms are for stupid people, like you, Rainy Girl. Drug addicts, degenerates, flippy thinkers, flippity whippity doodah flippers who aren't ready to take on the day. You want to take mushrooms? You want to get high? Well, you can do that, but that's not what I recommend. Well, Todd, shame on you. Five precepts. Not that difficult. And a big one for Americans that they don't want to work with is not getting intoxicated. You're getting intoxicated all the time because you need a way to disassociate from the lack of meaning in your life. So the masturbation, the pornography, the drugs, the alcohol, the psychedelics, the weed, they become the coping mechanisms for meaning. And they land you in the slammer of not being able to cultivate effectively. When the time comes, when the situation arises. You say mushrooms are the best. How about you take mushrooms in the insane asylum? How about you take mushrooms in the hospice? How about you take mushrooms in the heat with no air conditioning? It is the sickness of privileged, degenerate monsters getting high, getting flipped and tripped out. There is a better way, my friends. There is a better way. But seriously, it doesn't get you anywhere. It's just one big cope at the end of the day. You have the auspicious circumstance to come in contact with the Dharma, the teaching of the Buddha, so, don't waste it. Make the best of it. Make the most of it. But if you're high and wasted all the time, how's that going to work out? Be careful. Be very careful. You can't get the point. Mushrooms perpetuate you. Perpetuate, I had an ego death. I had an experience. Go to the mushroom, the psilocybin subreddit on Reddit. You think you're going to find a bunch of enlightened people there? But the same can be said about the Buddhism subreddit. So really, what are we going to do about this? That's the question. And to take it very seriously. What are we going to do about this suffering? And when are we going to do it? And really what this is saying is to be a lot more careful about psychedelic usage, to be a lot more careful about anything that intoxicates us, and especially to not buy into all the bullcrap about spiritual properties to these substances. They just might benefit you. They just might put you into a state of psychosis. They just might get you enlightened. But I'll tell you what, whatever happens is impermanent. Nothing is permanent. If you have, what could be, Noah? What are we talking about? You're having a psychotic break right now? You need me to get over there, ring you out of that? Amitofo. We got to get out of the sunlight is what we got to do. The phone's burning up. And I'm burning up too. Not quite rainy, girl. Although it's just a matter of perspective. I'm just looking around in your shop.
Oh. Want to say hello?
No photo. No photo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I've been extruded. Step back, step back. Step back and widen out. Step back and widen out. Tung 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 sohor. Bombadillo crocodilo. Tung 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 sohor. Bombadillo crocodilo. Skunk, you're simply confused. Simply confused. If you have attachment to anything, you can know that it's wrong. If you think that mushrooms have something to do with enlightenment or something to do with spiritual progress, it's just an attachment to a thought. It's just an attachment to an idea. Even if you attach to meditation as getting you to enlightenment, that's wrong. How much more so as a Western capitalist lunatic taking a plant and thinking that it has special spiritual properties without any lineage, without any tradition, without any community. It gets you high, it gets you flipped up, it gets you tripped up. That's why you like it, that's why you want it. That's why it's spiritual, because it gets you high. It's the same idea, it's the same notion as alcohol. Alcohol is good because it feels good. Mushrooms are good because they feel good. It's not that they can't be used. It's just the attachment to mushrooms as being inherently spiritual is plain out stupid. You know what's inherently spiritual? Nothing. Not even water is inherently spiritual. The shit that you put in the toilet is more spiritual than the mushrooms that you eat. So if you're eating mushrooms because they're inherently spiritual, well, the next logical conclusion, I think you can get there on your own. I'm the shaman here. This is my dojo. I'm the medicine man here.
You need a SIM card?
Well, I have a SIM card, but I think I might need to buy. I want to check how much data I have left.
What brand is it?
It's the Cellcom.
Cellcom.
Yeah. See, so because they sent me this message today,
Yeah, I have a look.
so I just want to see how much data I have left because I'm using a lot of data
for the live streaming. Is there a number you can call to check how much
Yeah,
data
1
there
minute,
is?
1 minute.
Okay, all right. Looks like we've been raided by some psychedelic elves. But in a few moments, they'll find out what I put in their food.
Buddha, check your Buddha. Check your Buddha balance.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, sure. Whatever, you know what to do.
Only pass.
Well, we're talking about two things here. One is we're talking about attachment to mushrooms, which spiritually is, we're not going to advise attachment to getting high or getting tripped out. And the second is conflating recreational mushroom use with medical usage of mushrooms. So we're not going to do that here. And if you try to do that here, you're going to be in a big surprise. Mushrooms are going to be the least of your problems, if you know what I mean.
So how many parents eat it?
Ashley, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. It's okay, Skunk. You're all right. I'm here with you.
It's hanging, your phone hang.
My phone's hanging, huh?
Yeah. Cannot move.
Oh, I've got plenty left. I've got a lot left. Thank you. Yeah, I saw
You
it.
can use the money to buy additional.
Because I already have plenty data.
Oh.
So I'll remember you, and I thank
Okay.
you, sir, for
Thank
your
you,
service
thank you.
and your help.
Thank you, thank you.
You're a Malaysian man?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You
Thank you.
follow Buddha?
Christian.
Okay, praise the Lord.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I can only say this so many times, but we cannot be in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, you're going to miss out on the glory of God. If you're in a hurry, you're going to miss out on the teachings of the Buddha. If you're in a hurry, you're going to miss out on the sumptuous meal that's right in front of you. Don't come in here and not be ready to let go. Don't come in here and not be ready to let go of thoughts. I'm the teacher in this classroom, and if we think that somebody's going to come in and try to interfere with this class, they're going to learn that 7 years as a Buddhist monk isn't just for show. And I'm going to show them that. Hypochondria. What is hypochondria, Skunk? Describe it to me. And let's get some W's in the chat. We've got a bunch of lazy losers in here. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Let's get some energy here. I'm sweating my ass off out here. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Okay, it's good to see all my friends here. Hey, Cohen. Wonderful. We've got a real community here.
Okay. Physical disease over it and saying you have a disease. Skunk. Brother, I'm about to break your mind wide open. You are going to die very soon. Everybody in this video is going to die very soon. Everybody who's watching this live stream is going to die very soon. That's the nature of being. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Everybody here is going to die very, very soon. That's a normal. Everybody here has brain cancer. Everybody here has lung cancer. Everybody here has full body, blood, bone, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind cancer. Everybody here is ripped to the gills with cancer and is going to die very, very soon. You know what that's called? It's called birth and death. It's called the reality of birth and death. Don't take it personally. Don't be stuck in a personalistic idea of death. You are already on the edge of death. You are already on the brink of death because you've already been born. So relax. No, it's impossible. So don't strive for that and don't worry about that. When your brain tells you that you have brain cancer and you're gonna die, just be like, oh. So does everybody. Good. No contradiction. Don't be in a rush to die. Just accept impermanence. Soon is relative to your desires. If you have big desires, then soon is going to give you a panic attack. If you have no desires, then soon is meaningless. Reduce desires. Ordinary person, the problem with you is that you like to think about things. You thinking about things is about as useful as you sniffing what comes out of your rear end. Stop thinking about things and start meditating or looking at your affliction, your suffering, your desire to think. Pause thinking and face the suffering. You would be a good candidate for some formal meditation practice if you're ready for that. Because I'm the boss here, meme. Look, 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 look. Sawadika, Sawadika, Ajan, Pra Ajan, Lumpo. Sawadi, Lumpo. Thailand? You Thailand? Khap kun kha, khap kun kha. Everybody's flawed. Everybody's broken. Everybody's going to die. Everybody's basically completely an idiot. So we can do the mantra together. I'm going to die very soon. I'm basically an idiot. I'm going to die very soon and I'm basically an idiot. Okay, Project Dirt, take 10 minutes. You're a big boy, you can take 10 minutes. Focus on your breathing, relax. Everyone is going to die. Just don't think about anything. Just literally don't think about anything, and probably don't drink Mountain Dew. I love you, skunk. Probably don't drink Mountain Dew. Pitch black. Grape citrus flavor. Mountain Dew pitch black. Don't drink it. Because see, that thirst, that desire, it wants something exciting, it wants something interesting. It wants the sugar, it wants the caffeine, it wants all of it. But all that thirst really needs is a little bit of Coca-Cola vanilla. So put that Mountain Dew down. Maybe you're not ready to go the water route. I'm not ready right now. But just a little bit of Coca-Cola vanilla in a 100% recycled plastic bottle. Don't let the Mountain Dew get a hold of you. And so we're lowering down step by step, right? First it was the Mountain Dew Cold Black, then it's the Coca-Cola vanilla, then we get down to the sparkling water, then we're drinking from the streams of the Alabaster Mountain in the Alps of Spain. You see what I'm saying? So don't be too harsh or excited with yourself. It's going to take time. You're going to need to be patient, and you go step by step. So instead of masturbating 3 times tonight, just masturbate once. And then instead of masturbating once while watching porn and all that porn you're watching, just masturbate once without porn. And then, don't masturbate tonight. Just watch TikTok or YouTube or a movie or whatever. And slowly you're recognizing going from the gross, the overly unnecessary perpetuation of sensual involvements to the subtle. And you're getting more and more relaxed. I don't even know if this Coca-Cola vanilla is going to hit or not. Thank you so much, sir. But I have some degree of faith that that we can try it. Does this? All right, let's take a poll in the chat. Is this Coca-Cola vanilla going to hit or not? W if it's going to hit, L if it's definitely not going to hit. Because look at that color. That's usually not a color that hits. Come on, everybody. W's in the chat if you think that Coca-Cola vanilla is going to hit, and an L if you think it's not going to hit. And I'm going to be honest with you about what happens here. It smells kind of like a root beer. Be fearless. What did Babe Ruth say? Babe Ruth said, when you fall down, you get back up. A man, a woman, a non-binary being is not defined by how many times they fall, but how willing they are to get up in the moment of falling. I just try to give the people the very best chance that they can get to stop scrolling. But they are so disassociated, so desensitized, As I've said many times before, you could be a gorilla in the moon on a bathtub, and nobody cares. They're just too busy, lost in their ego. Don't give up, everybody. We can do this. What does that mean? It means we can continue. We can continue on this path. What's going on? I should have got a water. The last thing I need is a Coke. The government doesn't want you to know what I have to say. We're starting to get some people with some funny names in here, okay? We do what we can to stand up for those in need. And to speak out against the evil spirits of this world. In the face of evil spirits, in the face of those malicious entities, I say, you will not cross this line! You will not cross this line. Buddhist Triple Wisdom Hall. Ya bu şu 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 Yes. Give the blessing, give the ending, give the forgiving. Hey! Okay. Looks like we need a break. Looks like we had a little bit too many sweets. Everybody's gotten excited. Everybody's playing on their tablets, having a good time. Time out. Time out. 阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛法师，南无观世音菩萨。阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛，阿弥陀佛。So, you know, what we don't want to do is build up like this new ego. We maybe have this ideal that we're making up like a new ego that doesn't feel angry or doesn't feel jealousy or doesn't feel, you know, some kind of weird feeling, right? But that's not what we're doing. We're learning to be so aware that we catch it when it happens. We catch the string that's attached to the thought of envy or greed or anger or confusion or frustration. We catch it and we cut it. We cut our connection. We cut our attachment. We cut our identification with that. So we get a freedom. We get a freedom from that. Okay, now look where we are. Look at Mr. Buddha and Miss Guan Yin Pusa. And this is Jizo Bodhisattva. The one on the left is a Jizo Bodhisattva. So he goes down to hell to help to... Amitofo Fa Shi, you have any monks here can talk? So this is the Jizo Bodhisattva carrying the staff here and going down into hell to save the beings. For sure. I can use a translator. Who is the Shifu here? Who is Shifu? This also? This building? This building? Really? What inside? Jiangsu, Fashu Jiangsu.
你讲英文嘛？
Oh, you can speak, ma'am, miss? I wonder who is the master here? Who is the Shifu here?
Oh, the master not here.
But who is it?
You want the name. What you
Yeah.
want to?
I want to know about this master.
Then you want to post.
No, I want to search.
You want to search. 继承法师。继传法师。继传。他不在。他去查他的名字。继传法师。问他去从哪里来
How?
Where do you come from?
I was before I Fashu. I am Fashu before
From where?
for 7 years.
For 7 years from where?
Yeah. Thailand and Myanmar and Taiwan. This is the master here. All Chinese speaking here. Same. This one. Same.
You show the.
No.
哦，开照法师。This is 开照。
I don't know about that, but before I wear the same robe.
经过了。
No. Oh. But this is a very big building.
Yeah.
Here? What inside? What they using this building for?
这个 They have canteen here. At the back they have canteen. They have activities.
No. Many story.
Library. You know what story? What is library? 好不你这个 building 整栋啊，每一层都做啥？办活动的啦。They do activities here. Sometimes they got. 法师住的地方办活动啊。
Well, it's a beautiful place. Expensive and beautiful. Do they have any meditation class in English?
Meditation class. 多少年尾才有 End of the year.
End of the year. What about for the person who really want to get enlightened? They really want to know about Buddha wisdom. How does this temple help that person?
They have lessons. They have, but mainly here is
Chinese.
Here is majority.
Pure Land or Chan, Bodhidharma, Linji.
End of the year they have one in English.
Well, I'm just happy to see here because I can see for the Fashu. To see the Fashu, I feel full.
Because you ask me, I don't know much. I know that's why I cannot tell you all the activities now. I know all the activities, all in English, all in. 你要叫等苏金来咯，苏金在跟他。等他来，他跟他讲。The person in charge here.
They can speak English? How many Fashu stay here?
这边有几个法师？有几个？我们这有20个。20.
Really? All women? All nuns? Male and female? You're just visiting this place. You don't know about this place, right?
Visitors also.
Me too.
So I know nothing.
Together we are just
You ask me.
We just learn about the Buddha. Amitofo, 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 It's okay. 阿弥陀佛。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨。南无观世。So that's a big message. A big experience. We gotta get inside. It's just too hot. That's a hospital. you very much, Jeffrey. We have a glitch in the matrix here. I thought something was going on. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, we've got it back. Nutcase, strange behavior, all good stuff, everybody. Just like if you're going with your best friend to his family's house, you probably act very reserved. But if you're going to your family's house, you act very free. So please add the caption. I don't think I have that option, my friend. Maybe if you watch it later, you'll have that option. What's going on, Metta Pyo Pyo? What are we talking about here? This is some kind of energy whirlpool here. Where is... You what you want to do, you want to meditate naturally. You want to practice natural meditation. So that means you have to do it at the time when you feel you want to relax, you want to be meditative. You have that interest. Then at that time you sit down or you lay down and just start to connect the body and mind together with the breathing. So it's like you're breathing your mind into your body. And through that, becoming more and more aware of the subtle experience of your body, the subtle experience of your breathing. And you have to be very open with feeling feeling uncomfortable or feeling a sensitivity or feeling annoyed, and just don't be shy about listening more closely, looking more deeply into that experience of the body. A really good place to start is listening to guided meditations from Ajahn Brahm. Guided meditation with Ajahn Brahm is really fantastic. We'll get it. I'm hot, I'm on fire. I'm hot and I'm on fire. And I've had enough. And you can also do walking meditation. Well, it's not really a recommendation. That means you're approaching it wrong. You approach it just like in the anime, man. Do you want the Sharingan? Do you want the Rasengan? Do you want the Chidori? Do you want the Bankai? Do you want to defeat the enemy? So it's not a suggestion. It's the disciple coming to the master for help. Please help me. Please help me. Please tell me what to do. And then you do it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no recommendation. You do it. You get it done. Or I come after you. You see what I'm saying? That's the way you've got to work with it. Hey, it's not up to me. It's just that's the way we've got to work with it. Only other option is trapping you somewhere and forcing you to meditate. You see what I'm saying? And this isn't about forcing. So you can do it. Just don't force it. Brian said, meditation produces wisdom. I have more understanding than all my teachers, for your testimonies are my meditation. I like that. It sounds good. We can try. But always in a relaxed way, in a natural way. Don't struggle, don't fighting, anything like that. It's just like the anime, guys. It's just like anime. Be as anime coded as you possibly can. You want to raise your power level. You want to have the wisdom power, jutsu, wisdom jutsu. So you have to really go for it. The word of God, the word of Allah, the world of Mufasa. Many worlds, but only one moment to take them all in. This moment. To achieve a future goal or improvement oneself, but as a way to experience. Okay, Jason. No, give out the forgiveness. Not involved, evil or fear or working with it. Give out the forgiveness. Give out the ending. Give out the resolution. Use the word everything. Never fixate on something. Don't believe in something. Give the everything. It's true? Give the word everything. Give word irrelevant. Mekyo, 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 irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. Tukyang, 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 everything, everything. Tukyang mekyo, everything irrelevant. Even irrelevant of irrelevance itself. Ooh. The heat. Sure, sure. Because you try to, if you try to control or you try to force, it's like a pointless, it's like a dead end, because you can't force relaxation. So you might be building up concentration, but you're building up concentration without that balance of relaxation. And so it's not really good or bad. It's a practice, right? Building up concentration like that. But the better way is the relaxation and the concentration arise naturally, according to your interest, according to your openness. YM, you are a potential disciple, but you have not yet been accepted. Be patient, be brave, and be exceedingly generous, and I will consider you for the discipleship program. Oy. It's not good, Kevin. Don't drink Coke. How many times do we have to remind ourselves? Coke is not your friend. Coke is not your friend. What are you talking about, Norin? You did. You thought that, Leviticus. Good for you. We got to get out of this sun. I'm a ticking time bomb as it stands. We got to find somewhere to get to. Get safe from this weather. Woo! I know, Kevin. I know, buddy. We'll get you there. Just hang out. Hang tight, big guy. Okay. There's got to be somewhere we can go. No worries, John. I'm sure somebody will pick up any slack on their end for you. Just keep up with your practice. That's the big deal. Ashton sent it again. Sometimes I never get the emails that people send. So always try to send it again. Sometimes I miss it. But WhatsApp is even better. Message on WhatsApp. Jenny, don't worry about it, Jenny. I've got it. I'll talk to him. You too, Bobby. All right, let's keep walking. Little break, and then we can walk more. This ain't easy. This ain't easy. And that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about little W's, we're talking about big W's. We're not talking about a little bit of freedom, we're talking about a lot of freedom. We're talking about waking up. Get up out of your chair, get up out of your seat. Sitting there snoring around, lazying around, scrolling around. This is your wake-up call. You've been on the couch for too long. You've been watching TV for too long. You've been scrolling for too long. Now it stops. Now it comes to an end. You've reached old age before old age. You've reached sickness before sickness. You've reached death before death because of how you're living your life. No more. Get up. That's what's going to happen. You come to stay at the meditation center. You come to stay at the Buddhist temple. You want to sleep in. You had a long day. You had a long night. You take a rest, right? I come to your door. Get up. Get up now. I kick that door in. I kick it down. Get up and get out. Wake up. Wake up. Stop playing around and trolling around. Pretend like you're going to be Mr. Funny Pants. I got your Mr. Funny Pants right here. You're going to pretend to be the tough guy? I'm the tough guy. You're going to pretend to be the funny guy? I'm the funny guy. You're going to pretend to be the surprising guy? I'm the surprising guy. Wake up. Wake up or get out. You're going to be a little trickster here? I'm the trickster here. I'm the big trickster. You're gonna be the crazy guy? I'm the crazy guy. You're gonna be the little weeber, weeber, weeber? I'm the weeber wobber. And I'm here to wake you up, little boy. Little man. People. Have you stopped scrolling enough to take back your sincerity? Have you stopped scrolling enough to take back your authenticity? Have you stopped scrolling long enough to take back your curiosity? Or is all that you can do with that little pinhole of a brain to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll? I've had it up to here with the scrollers. I've had it up to here with the fake men. I've had it up to here with the pretenders, with the judgers. I've had it up to here with the trolls. Now I'm the troll. Now I'm the judge. Now I'm the pretender. Now I'm Mr. Big Thinky Pants. You're gonna come here and pretend to know what's going on here? Pretend to know what this is about? Now I'm the police and I'm calling you. You think you're just gonna comment your way out of this? No way. You won't stop scrolling, you won't stop thinking, you won't stop all that nonsense, then you're not gonna comment on this stream. You're not gonna come in here and say whatever you want and think whatever you want. I'm here to set a standard, to draw a line. I'm here to put you in your place, Mr. Scrolly Pants. Mrs. Scrolly Pants. You've lost your connection to truth. You've lost your connection to curiosity. You've lost your connection to anything that's not brain rot scrolling. You've got control. And I'm here to wrangle it in. And it's not going to be easy. You don't think about morality. You don't think about generosity. You don't think about being a good person. All you think about is eating and sleeping and shitting and sexing. And scrolling on your little Tibbly tab. Comes to an end today. Because now I'm in your screen. Now I'm in your computer box. Now I'm in your computer box. Now I'm in charge of your computer. You are going to come in here and ask questions and then run away. Why should I even bother to answer them? You're not man enough to stand behind your question. You're not man enough to look for the truth. You're not man enough to use your own eyes to see and your own ears to hear. Not in a hurry, not in a rush. Not making judgments about other people. I'm putting a stop to the scrolling on YouTube. Now I'm in charge of your screen. Now I'm the boss of YouTube Shorts. Now I'm letting go of thinking. Now I'm returning to breathing. Ooh, nice. All I know is we got to get out of the sun as soon as possible because I am losing my gosh darn mind. The sun's getting a hold of me. Okay, Richard, we're not going to be doing that here, Richard. We don't believe in that. We don't support that. It's a big, big problem in the modern world, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Is this place open? Hello, sir. How are you? I'm good. Do you have any refreshing beverages? Coffee? No. Just maybe Schweppes. I'll take a Schweppes. Yeah, Schweppes. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take one of those. I'll drink it here. I'm going to sit down and talk into my phone for a little bit. How's your Wi-Fi here? Is it powerful?
Yeah, sure.
Meet up guest. Okay. What kind of shop is this? This is a coffee shop?
Yeah, coffee shop.
Okay. Are you the owner or you just work here?
No, I am working
You're from India or Bangladesh?
Bangladesh.
Everybody from Penang is from Bangladesh, right?
No,
Many.
yeah.
How many years here?
Something 9 years.
9 years? Oh, I'm thirsty. It's hot out there. The sunlight's very powerful, right?
Yeah, the Wi-Fi.
No, I mean the sunlight.
Oh, solid. Yeah. The very powerful. You YouTuber?
Yeah. Very famous, many followers. I'm
Your
very.
country?
What is it?
Your country?
From America.
US.
But many of my followers are from India.
How many followers?
Oh, I couldn't even count them. But they're all good people. Right now, 50 people watching. 50 of my devotees. Okay, thank you, sir. I sit over here. Oh, it's cool and refreshing. Is there upstairs too? Not really. This is some place, man. This is great. I could live here. Ooh. Very famous, very wealthy, very handsome, very powerful. Everything. So what's the need for meditation? What's the need for looking more deeply? What's the need for recognizing my suffering if everything's going well? I've been thinking a lot about Nepal and going there. But then again, I'm not thinking about that. Meet up guest. Doesn't seem to work. Meet up guest. Seven years, everybody. Oh, yeah, but you want to my Are we okay? How's our connection, everybody? Are we streaming in 4K? Are we live in 4K right now? Hello? 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 Some people ask me why I'm wearing these clothing. I'm wearing these clothing because I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and I'm here to, this is the Peace Class 101. For people of all ages, young men and young women are welcome here, as well as middle-aged men and women, as well as older men and women, as well as non-binary age of any kind, welcome. We're here to be concerned with peace, real peace. And we're also here to be concerned with the real truth. We're here to talk about real things. We're here to get down to business. We're here to stop the slop. You've heard a lot of political campaigns about stopping this and stopping that. Here, we're here to stop the slop. We're not going to be scrolling. We're not going to be talking about nonsense. We're not going to be talking about astrology. We're not going to be talking about crystals. We're going to be talking about real things that matter to real people concerned with the truth. We're going to bring up the question, what is the truth?
we are going to bring up the question, what is the truth? What does it mean to be concerned with the truth? What's Buddhism? What's meditation? What's enlightenment? Now, one thing we don't do in this way of living, we don't believe random people's comments and then start talking to them as if we know these people, as if we're connected with these people. We practice and we connect through generosity, through giving, through exposure, through sharing and caring and offering. Right now, I'm giving my body and mind. I'm giving my eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind freely, totally, relentlessly. So I invite you now to see with your own eyes, to hear with your own ears, to feel with your own heart this experience. Now, let's get some big W's in the chat. Big W's in the chat, everybody. And those people who come in and they stay for 30 seconds, they stay for a minute, and then they decide to leave right when there's a moment of silence, they're lucky this isn't a physical classroom, because I would help them on their way out. I would support their leaving. I would throw them out. I would throw them out as they got up to leave, as they got up to make the decision to scroll. Not violently, just with power. Not in a violent way, just in a powerful way. What just happened? To be human is to judge. That's about the stupidest thing I ever heard somebody say in my entire life. How about that for it's to be human to judge? It's just nonsense, Jason. It's just nonsense that you're pulling out a hat, you know, the hat of your own ass. To be human is to judge. Nima, I'm going to take you seriously. Okay? Be very careful. Everybody be very careful right now. I'm not holding back. Jason's very welcome here. Jason, you're welcome. Wonderful. That's a lot. I agree with that a lot more, Jason. It happens sometimes. So just because it happens doesn't mean it's human nature or whatever. What does the saying go? It says, in a mirror, the shit of life happens. Isn't that what the saying says? In the mirror of life, shitty happens. So you've got shit on the mirror. What are you going to do? You clear off the mirror. You don't look at your own face covered in shit because it's on the mirror. You don't even have to clean your face. You just clean off the mirror.
You see clearly. Now the teaching here is that reality itself is a mirror, that your body and mind and the environment are just a mirror, and that actually there is no mirror. There's nobody here, there's nothing here. There's no past, there's no future. There's no over here, there's no over there. There's also no not past, no not future. It just means that we're clinging onto thoughts, we're hanging onto thoughts to understand reality, instead of looking directly at reality. So that's what I mean when I say to use your own eyes to see, to use your own ears to hear, to use your own heart to experience. Not to be lost in the ego, not to be lost in thinking, not to be lost in just going around and judging everything. Having so much desire. So much desire means so much fear. Is that really what you want? You want to live a life of fear? All right. The classroom is completely out of control. We're going to have to shut that down right now. Okay, we're not playing that game. The heartbeat is a W. The lungs expanding and contracting is a W. The feeling of the breath entering through and exiting through the nose is a W. Relaxing your neck and shoulders is a W. Relaxing the whole body and mind is a W. W, 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 dot, aware of breathing.com / not thinking. Breathing in. The feeling of breathing in. Breathing out. The feeling of breathing out. Breathing in. 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 Breathing out. Another victory. What you talking about, Lil Z? You got something you want to say? Because I don't really talk like that. You got something you want to say, just say it. I'm not a read between the lines kind of guy. These glasses are only for OGs. Oh, we got a private area back here. Lil Z, I'm about to move my foot up on your ass. If you don't watch your mouth, stop playing games in this live stream. You're talking to a real man. You're talking to a powerhouse. Be very careful what you say, young man. I don't want to put you through the ringer. Oh, very hot. Namaste, namaste. Namaste, 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 namaste. Excuse me? Ball or die? I'm just so hot. Oh. Okay, that's who I was looking for, big guy. You know what they say? They say real eyes see real eyes. They say real knows real. As real as you can get, that's how real I'm gonna be. I'm not afraid to take a stand. I'm not afraid to stand up for the truth. Name a car for an edit, please. Golden Audi A8 with a body kit. 2012.
golden 2012 Audi A8 with a body kit. Say what you gotta say before I say it for you. I'm not afraid of you guys. No, don't drink alcohol. Alcohol's not good for you. Alcohol's lame. Alcohol's overrated. Let me tell you guys something right now. I don't care what the media is telling you. I don't care what the government is telling you. Do not make what you sexually desire your identity. Get it under control, man. Relax your sexuality. Relax the sexual thinking. It's just one of those things that happens. Sexual thoughts happen. So what? Don't make your identity out of that. If you want to become Buddha, you have to see your own nature. You have to see the source of your mind, the source of yourself. So you have to look into the mind itself. You have to recognize your true nature. You have to recognize what's really going on. I'm depending on you guys to bring us up to the top. Don't give up. Just keep being you. I'll keep being me.
guys are my best friends. I want you to know that. And if I don't make it, I'm happy we spent these last moments together. Pilondial? What's Pilondial? Let's get some W's in the chat for staying alive. Are you gonna pick me up? Petrin, you're a good boy. I would be, if I was called upon to be the Pope, I would do it. Is my life in danger? I've got a really good joke for that, but I'm not gonna do it. These could be my final moments. And all I wish before I go is before I possibly go, is for big W's in the chat. All that we worked for could disappear in any moment. But if we can get 1,000 W's in the chat, if we can get 1,000 W's in the chat, $1 million W's in the chat. Just taking a rest, taking a long rest in the way of mindfulness and detachment. All these years have gone by like a snap of the fly's wings, and laying here in the building on the street, I reminisce upon space. I reminisce upon the space of my life. Space or emptiness or the absence of thoughts seems to permeate I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Let's get that right. This live stream is a real live stream for people who are concerned with real spirituality, real meditation, real enlightenment, and waking up from suffering. This isn't a joke. This is the real deal. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm here to help. I'm here to be here with you. Young, old, black, white, fat, skinny. We're concerned with mindfulness and detachment here. It's not only the end to end the suffering, to recognize that we are suffering and that we do a lot of things just because we're suffering, but to take back the question, what is the truth? What is really going on? What is this? What is the truth of the self or the soul? Is there a self? Is there a soul? What is the nature of suffering? What is the nature of who you are, what I am, what's going on? What about, we know about thinking, what about not thinking? It's not a joke. You will see when you get older, there's a lot of people going to be talking a lot of nonsense. Or they're just like alcoholic people. So this is the important things, okay? I can feel my heart beating. What did they do? No, I mean, what we're learning here is to... What are we learning here? Well, I think one is to be together without judging each other. We're all here together. I mean, we're not watching the new Pokemon movie. We're not playing the new Crash Bandicoot game. We're not playing Zelda. We're not shopping. We're not ordering Domino's pizza. We're not playing Roblox. We're here in this moment. We're here in this listening. And for me, I can feel my heart beating. I can feel my breath breathing. Yeah, just relax. Because a lot of people don't know it, but I'm actually the real power man. It's not about drugs. It's not about getting high. It's not about getting drunk. It's not about being weird with each other. But how can we really be aware of our breathing without thinking about it? How can we really be aware of our heart beating without thinking about it? How can we be beyond thoughts, not lost in thoughts, not under the dominion of thinking, not under the tyranny of thinking? Can we get some W's in the chat? Can we get some big W's in the chat? You know, they used to call this W University way back when, way back in my day. I want to get some big W's in the chat. I want to get some likes in the chat. If you haven't already leaving a like, please do leave a like.
This is not the Buddhist temple. This is just a coffee shop. Some kind of coffee shop. I don't know what kind of coffee shop, but because nobody's really here, but on the side of the road. This is a mystery world. This is an unknown world. This is a new beginning. A new beginning for an unknown world. Because they're excited, they're interested, they're curious.
Kasi kalau ibu basta kasi arrange lang.
This is a new experience. Maybe they're selling. Maybe he's thinking about selling this shop because not much going on here. But this isn't my shop. But, you know, really, this isn't anybody's shop. Really, this isn't anything. It's not. This is not an idea of itself. You see what I'm saying? This is free of the idea of itself. It's just the habit patterns. It's just the cause and effect where the people come in and they say, if you stay here, we'll beat you up or we'll take you and chop you up and sell your organs. That's just like, that's what will happen, but it's not really belong to anyone. This place doesn't really belong to anyone. Nobody owns this place. There's no ownership here. It just is what it is. Like the beach, like the ocean. Who owns the beach? Who owns the ocean? Nobody. Nobody owns the beach. Nobody owns the ocean. People equating this with drugs don't know what it means to get free. A banknote is just another word for a gun. Ownership is criminality. Listen, this is just going to get, life is just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder. Wait till you hear about the matter of fact that you could die at any moment. Talk about weird. The organs inside of your body. The parasites inside of your body, or whatever, the bugs, the bacteria, whatever. This is a weird reality. Life is weird. And the weirdness is where we can start to see through our habit patterns, our expectations, our ideas of the world, and start to see the world itself. Really, I mean that. You know? People are so selfish. They use the property for themselves. I mean, these hotels, these skyscrapers, just full of nothing. And all these people in need and all these opportunities to do good deeds that are wasted by people hoarding wealth, people hoarding properties. You should be willing to make a donation. You should be willing to be generous, to share your properties with the others for the sake of the others, concerned with wisdom, concerned with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with doing good deeds more and more. Give people opportunities to do good deeds, not just working for ourselves, not just working for the people we know, but collaborating with each other, working together. Everyone just wants to start up their own thing, start up their own business, start up their own group. We have to learn how to work together, how to share resources together.
it's too much. It's just a waste, you know. And we all have that in us in some way. To be selfish or to want some privacy or want something for ourselves, and that's okay, but there's a point when it's just hoarding. There's a point when it's just our greed and our want to control and our, you know, eventually our want to be higher and want to be better than other people. So I think it's a really special idea. It's a really good idea talking about how we can meet the needs of the others. Okay. YM. Go and be free. More power, more responsibility. I mean, the wealthy people of the world, and maybe the wealthy people in this community, we have to find out a way to give more. It might take a long time, but we can do it. Yeah, with great power comes greater responsibility. With greater wealth comes a greater need for generosity, for giving, for service, for self-sacrifice. It's not really about any kind of political system. It's just like no, I think it's just about community building community and building connections for supporting one another in all kinds of different ways. But also getting ourselves into a position to be supported. Because if we're so greedy and prone to anger and prone to complicated thinking, it's very difficult to be supported. It's very difficult to be together. Because we're always finding something to fight over, always finding something to argue over. You know, the only common ground becomes our greed and our frustration and our complicated thinking. No, I saw a TikTok this morning or last night, and it said the wrong thing you're doing in social media is you should make the video just like you're on FaceTime, just like yourself, not to put on a special face or a special act. So this is just like my FaceTime call with the grandmother of my spirit. I was a monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. There we go, free to be free with the big hearts coming in. Very cool. Many monasteries. I was a monk for 7 years, not 7 months. Who are all these people in here? I just got too much heat. I got too much heat and I got too much tired. And my body just heated up in a certain way. This stream is concerned with the truth. It says it right here. It says, "Welcome to Peace Class 101." So it's a class about peace, and it's an introductory class about peacefulness. And then you're asking me, and I'm telling you, it's concerned with the truth. So what is peace and what is truth? Really? You don't see that on your screen? It says, "Welcome to Peace Class 101." Okay. It's not about, see, this is the problem, right? Everybody thinks they know the truth. And they think that the truth is some, lunatic conspiracy theory about reptiles and spaceships made of zirconian crystals and things like that. People believe that. But to ask, what is the truth? What is truth? To look deeply into our own mind, to look deeply into our own experience. That's kind of what this is concerned about. I mean, that's what I'm interested in, isn't it? Yeah, people get their truth from Alex Jones, or they say truth is subjective. It's just we're so I think we're overconfident about our understanding of reality and life. You know what I mean? It's like we're so fixated on other people and what they're doing and making judgments about them, and it's almost like there's all these people running around pretending to be like in charge. You know what I mean? It's like there's all these people running around pretending that they're like an elected official in the world, and they're like making political declarations or political statements about what people are supposed to do or what people are doing. And it's like, who are these people? What are they talking about? Since when do you tell someone that you don't know what to do? You know what I mean? Like how crazy have we become as a society? You don't even tell your neighbors what to do. You don't even tell people you know what to do. But somehow with the online world, we show up to places and we tell people what to do. And if somebody tells me what to do, we're having a little bit of fun. We're playing around a little bit here. But actually, this is a very serious space for ending suffering and to be concerned with the truth. I'll be honest with everybody. But so hello there, these are just thoughts. Like the idea of separation is a thought. It's an idea, it's a concept. Like the idea of a you that is separate from the environment is a thought, it's a concept. It's a relativity. The idea of the planet Earth being in some, like separation itself is a concept. It's an idea. It's like a tool or a model it's like how we put graphs or we put lines over nature to measure it. There's no measurement. There's no such thing as measurement. It's just a way of working with the appearance. It appears to be a way of working with the appearance. I don't like that. And if I don't like it, I get rid of it. No, not symmetry. No separation, no duality. Just like how there's no such thing as a giraffe being better than a hippopotamus.
There's no such thing as that. We just make it up. There's no such thing as bigger or smaller, or hotter or colder. It's just made up. No, it's just like with ownership. So let's say you own this building. You don't really own the building. There's no way that you can own a building. It's just a building, and you are just you. Right? So that's just a body. This is just a building. You don't own the building. You don't own the ocean. You don't own the land. It's a thought. It's an idea. And so then you create all of these kind of systems or contracts or ideas or thoughts to convince other people that you own this, that it's your property. But you don't really own it. That's why generosity is so important, because generosity is much more realistic. When we give rather than just keep for ourselves, it just makes a lot more sense. Because there is no separate self, especially for human beings. We live in groups, we live in community. When we are babies, we have to, for years and years, we have to be taken care of by the community before we can even begin to fend for ourselves. So humanity is all about community, and community is all about generosity. When generosity becomes replaced with greed, that's when you have a community that basically destroys itself. Not just materially, but internally. That's correct, Bush. It doesn't mean anybody's going to take it from you or that you have to give it away. It's like the ownership of that TV is also based in your idea or your belief that you're going to be alive tomorrow. Like maybe you feel that you own tomorrow. You own the right to wake up tomorrow, or you own the right to drive your car tomorrow, or whatever, but you don't. Indirect experience, there is no tomorrow. Indirect experience, there's no such thing as ownership. And this is what a lot of the modern world was built on, right? Genocide against peoples that didn't necessarily have strong ideals of ownership in the way that we did, or in the way that we do. So a lot of those conversations, never happened. I'm not trying to idealize it, but that's an aspect of it, you know. And if we can realize that, this idea of ownership and this idea of possessing and this idea of mine is just an idea, is just a concept, and that actually it's a concept, an idea that can cause us to suffer a lot, we can begin, hopefully, to start being more generous, more open to community, more open to sharing with one another and connecting with one another deeply. The problem is that with great wealth comes great attachment and great ego. So it's one thing to share resources as neighbors living in the farm, or living in the small huts together. Basically, you share everything. But it's a whole other thing when you're a king in a castle to share resources with another king in a castle, right? Because dominion's in competition, let alone the king in the castle to share with the people in poverty. And that's kind of the world that we live in now. There's unbelievable excess where all the food, all the water, all the smartphones, all the headphones, all the resources and gadgets and toys and clothes, etc., that any person in the world could need tenfold, we have it. The problem is just that there's this addiction of greed. There's this addiction of wanting to hoard and privatize power and wealth, because now it's not so much about armies or like a royal lineage, it's about how much wealth you can hoard. So like Mark Zuckerberg and Donald Trump, President of the United States, and Elon Musk, and all, there's all kinds of people like this. They become a new class of royalty, where they can go anywhere around the world and do whatever they want. They can buy human beings. They're addicted to me. They're addicted to whatever perpetuates me. And that means control and ownership and possession. And it also means the poverty of other people. The ego is kind of like inherently sick and twisted. The ego gets off on seeing someone that appears to be lower than itself. So for example, it's like when we watch those true crime documentaries and we see people who are getting arrested or going through these major difficulties, or like the TV shows about addiction. We like that because it makes our ego feel safer. It makes our ego feel more protected, or more in a better position than it otherwise would be, because we're comparing and contrasting. But really who it affects the most is the children. The children not having access to meaningful, engaged lives because of all of these adults and parents that are addicted to media consumption, and addicted to making money, and addicted to screens, addicted to thinking. And children not having any access to virtue, like the simple basic teaching that if you want to feel good, you do good, you be good, right? You do good deeds, you do actions of generosity, you become a powerfully good person. And we're just missing out on that. That's why there's so much mental health in the West now, in America now, because we've totally lost our connection to virtue, to being a good person. Mental health issues arise when we lose our connection to being a good person, to being generous, to doing good deeds, to being careful, to being mindful, to taking care of others, etc. And I'll give you a big hint. Letting go. Let go of everything you see, let go of everything you hear, let go of everything you experience. Just let go.
who's ready to not give up just yet. Also, for the curious newcomers, it's great that you're curious. It's great that you're here. That's a real gift for everyone. But ultimately, regardless of what I ramble on about, what we're really talking about and what we're really working on here is absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
Concerned with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the truth of emptiness, the truth of nothingness, etc., etc. So we're in the process of building up our community, and we're in the process of going deeper and deeper into the way of freedom from suffering. So that's going to be the primary discussioning point, okay? So we're going to keep going. We're not going to give up just yet. We're not going to be afraid to go deeply. Also, it takes time, This is a little bit different from the usual debate club or the argument group or the political discussion topic. Here, we're here to get concerned with the truth, if you know what I mean. It's a kind of exploration. Well, Amy, this is not concerned with my handsomeness. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment, the way of the Buddha. Please be careful not to put this in a box of your sexual desire. What is it? Ultimately, it's also like the teaching we listened to this morning, if you remember. You are already no different than a Buddha. You are already no different from a Buddha. It's just that you don't realize it. And if you don't realize it and you stick around listening to me, there's nothing that I can do but fool you. Fool you on the idea that there's somewhere to go. Fool you on the idea that there's something to get. But this kind of happens very subtly. It's why we compulsively scroll. It's why we compulsively do a lot of things, because we think that there's something to get. We think that there's something better than this. There's nothing to get, and there's nothing better than this. This is already everything. And yet, and yet, and yet, and yet, and yet. In the jungle. Oh, that's great, Amy. That's great. Well, here you can learn about Zen. Here you can learn about the ultimate truth, but not in a hurry, and not in a 1 week Kundalini Reiki, singing bowl, loop-de-da class. We're not doing any loop-de-das here. We're here to suffer. We're here to eat shit and drink piss. We're here to eat suffering. For everyone. For no one. For everything. Give everything. And also to bring up and to work with, I don't know. To stabilize ourselves in, I don't know. You can maybe ask the question to yourself, like, what is your relationship with I don't know? Manifesting is just, you get back what you give. If you think a lot about buying a TV, one of these days you'll end up buying a TV. Is that manifesting? Is that a superpower? Just is what it is. To donate out of compassion. I would say to detach out of compassion. It's kind of like we practice generosity to increase our capacity to empathize with the importance of detachment. We practice generosity to increase our capacity to empathize with detachment, because everything that you get, you will lose. You will lose everything that you get. A boyfriend, a girlfriend, technology, a pleasurable experience, a thought. Maybe you get a really good thought, a really special thought, right? But you're going to lose that. You're not going to be able to hold on to that thought. And we're talking about vulnerability as well. We're talking about sensitivity and vulnerability. You're exposed. And when we spend all that time in our bed, when we spend all that time in our room, scrolling on TikTok, watching YouTube videos, going to Bali to be digital nomads and stuff like that, just working for ourselves, we're not really preparing ourselves for the reality of reality. And it's a life that lacks depth. And it's also, then we're like unnecessarily creating these mental sicknesses. When we're bed rotting, it's like we're making our mind a petri dish. We're making our mind a petri dish for anxiety, for depression, for delusion, all these things. And when we go out into the sunlight, there's a difference. There's a difference if you go out into the sunlight to get drunk and to get high and to philander with women or philander with men, etc. And when you go outside to give the blessing of uninvolvement, to give the blessing of everything, to give the blessing of forgiveness. Look at this. Namo Guan Shi Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. So that's Buddha, and on top is Guan Yin. So this is a Guan Yin temple, or temple of compassion. Temple for the Bodhisattva of compassion. Amitofo, Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. And we say, well, look, something about this doesn't feel right. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the party. You want to feel right? Go to Ibiza. Go to the Medellin. Go to the bar and get wasted and drunk off your rear end. Then everything will feel right. Everything will feel like it's supposed to. So, the first noble truth in Buddhism is that life is suffering. The whole world is literally just shit. And compassion is being able to look at the world that is totally just shit and to work to end that suffering, to transform that suffering, instead of just trying to distract ourselves. This is maybe some interesting items in here that we can take a look at. And so, I don't want to go too deep into this shop, but so the thing is that when we are unwilling to feel that something doesn't feel right? Something doesn't feel right. When we're not willing to feel that, and then we just keep going and going and going and distracting ourselves and eating food and taking heroin and taking drugs, etc., it becomes a bigger and bigger problem. We can say it's yapping, but you know what? Who are you to make that determination? Are you God? Are you the ruler of the world? Are you the president of the United States? Are you a doctor of making opinions and judgments about what others say? Are you really listening to what's being said? It's so hot. No, it's not Hinduism. Whatever you do, you can do a lot of things. You have permission to do a lot of things in this life and in this situation. But the only thing you don't want to do is call me a yapper. Beautiful, very beautiful. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 We are in Malaysia, and we're also in the present moment. In Malaysia, in the present moment. Okay, we're going to go straight and then we're going to take a left at the big road. Because you are what you invest in. You are what you feed, right? So what are you feeding these days? Are you a TikTok scroller? Are you a YouTube scroller? Are you a commenter? Are you a liker? Are you a disliker? Or are you widening out and opening out and releasing and relaxing the whole body and mind? For an instant, spontaneously, giving out, giving up everything for an instant spontaneously. Nothing at all to do with doing it perfectly. Nothing at all with doing it idealistically. I also have suffering. I also have difficulties. So this is just like my way of going out beyond that. I am a devotee of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Guanyin Pusa. I have affinity with Guanyin Bodhisattva. I have affinity with, hello sir. I have affinity with this bottle of water. We want to stay hydrated out here today. 1:30. Don't hope, just relax. Relax and release hoping. Be hopeless in the relaxing and releasing of the whole body and mind. Be hopeless in the stepping back and widening out. $130, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's one, right? $130. Jean Grey, that's a good one. Thank you. So there's two kinds of hope. Yeah, interesting. I can relate to that. So there's two kinds of hope and two kinds of hopelessness. One is the worldly hope and the worldly hopelessness. And one is the spiritual hope and the spiritual hopelessness. In the worldly hope, we're hoping that we can get our fix, that we can get our next fix, our next pleasurable experience, our next etc., etc. In the worldly hopelessness, we are worried that we won't be able to get our next fix. We're worried that our Xbox 360 won't work. We are worried that our Nintendo Wii won't turn on. We're worried that our dealer won't have the OG Kush. We're worried that our vape won't work anymore, or we won't be allowed to vape anymore. Now, in the spiritual hope, we have a hope to become enlightened. We have a hope to become free from all suffering, and that also means to become free from all craving, free from all seeking, free from all desiring. The spiritual hopelessness is seeing that there is no satisfaction in the worldly desires. There is no satisfaction in the work of the ego. There is no hope for this body to not die. And so that is like we die in this life. We die alive. And in that way we can go beyond birth and death. Something like that. Z? Ah, we got somebody watching closely, huh, Z? A smart aleck. So that interesting, going to, I feel like I'm always doing something wrong. For me, what comes up in my mind is that when I was young, when I was a baby boy, it seems like I never really got a chance to do something right. Maybe it was neglect. Maybe my parents were too busy. Maybe I was in some way like a neurodivergent, so that the ways that the other people could be successful, I couldn't. But really a lack of access to in-depth, meaningful activities and experiences. Namaste, sir. Sawadee Kap. Oh, you from Thailand? Oh, you love Thailand. You love Buddha. You love Lumpur. Okay, very nice. Me too, I love. Oh, beautiful teapot. How much teapot?
Oh, don't tell.
Really? Just your collection?
Yes.
You want to show everyone what you have, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know, I was the Lumpi. I was Ajahn 7 years.
Yes,
I
right.
was Buddhism monk 7 years before.
Good.
Stay in Myanmar, stay in Thailand.
Where you from?
I'm from America. Is this you?
Yes.
Really? When you are a young man? Ah. How? You, Sotapanna? Huh?
No,
Oh my goodness. Oh.
I'm not sitting here.
That's right, that's right. Very nice. Me too, not sitting here. And many power, many spirit inside. Oh. Can you give me something for free? Because I was monk for 7 years. I can prove it, I can show you.
I know.
Let me prove it to you. Not worth anything after all, right? This is my teacher from Myanmar. Siaro. Myanmar, Siaro. We have temple in Malaysia, maybe 5 temple in Malaysia.
Where?
Yes. In Penang also, we have temple. Oh, I show everyone here. My Siaro, my teacher. And I show you picture of me as the Buddhism monk. Oh, look here. Me and my teacher.
Good.
7 years, 7 vasa, 7 vaso. 7 vasa, 7 vaso.
Then where you live?
I stay meditation center. My teacher, meditation center, Penang.
Where?
You know Bodhi Heart? Bodhi Heart Sanctuary? Next to the sauna. My teacher have temple right next to it. So I stay there. I just come to visit a few days ago. Wait a minute. Who is Master Kenny? You are Master Kenny. You meditation teacher.
No,
Huh?
I'm not teacher.
How you master?
I'm doing the
Good deeds.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, my brother in Jesus, my brother in Buddha, I love you, I thank you.
Yes,
Namaste. Please give me your blessing. Just one blessing, please.
Yes.
Just one blessing,
Very
please.
Good luck for you. Good health, good luck.
Thank you. Good luck, good health, Uncle Kenny, Uncle Master Kenny. We'll be back. Yeah. Well, I mean, my position on it is, as much as we can be open to listening and not understanding and trying a little bit and not causing a fuss, there's no need to be in a hurry to understand or to go and do something. It's not like we're at a meditation center together or a community living together, so it's not like there's something for you to do, you know what I mean? So if you can be more open to not understanding and not being in a hurry, then maybe we can make something good out of this, maybe. Maybe we can get what we want after all. But I like what Interesting brought up about I feel like I'm always doing something wrong. Anyone else have any insight on that? Anybody else kind of feel that way sometimes? I always feel like I'm doing something wrong. Well, in a way, we might always be seeking. We might have never had a relationship with anything other than seeking and chasing. You know what I mean? Well, this is not the place I'm going to rent a bike, but I might come in here and look. Hello, sir. I just thinking about rent a bike, but not a bike like this. This is too much power for me. I interest, but maybe expensive. How about for the bike like this? Simple bike?
Okay, this is 80, this is
60
60.
ringgit one day.
And this is fully automatic, and this is manual gear.
No, I'm not manual man. How many cc?
150, 125,
Oh.
200.
This 120.
150.
Okay. Oh, which one you recommend is a good one?
All good.
Okay.
Almost all.
And easy to drive in Penang? Easy, the city, easy to drive?
Not so.
Well, I just came from Vietnam. So Vietnam, many car, many thing going on.
yeah,
So
it's better than
not a
that.
problem, right? Well, 60.
80, 60.
Oh, this one is 60.
Yeah.
How much is that in US dollar?
60 is around $15.
$15 for one day. And what you bring back at the same time 2 day after?
Yeah.
How about it, friends? We should get for 2 days or 3 days.
3 days I will have 10% for you.
10% discount for 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days.
Good idea or not good idea to ride a bike? Is it safe for mindfulness and detachment?
Safe.
I think it's okay. Yeah, they will probably say okay. All right, we will try. This one is 60.
80.
This one is 80.
60, and then also 60. Same model. Same model. 10125. Online. Live. This okay. This bike come with a USB charger.
Oh, USB charger also.
charger and give phone holder and price included helmet.
Okay. Okay, let me go for the Honda. Yeah. There's many mountains. Just 3 days.
3 days.
There's many mountains and interesting place to see around here. So to go outside of the city. Yeah. Also, it's been really hot lately, so just walking around like that is a little bit. Whoa. Because when I was growing up, I never got the chance to ride a bike, so I always really enjoy get on the motorbike in Southeast Asia. Yeah. Well, we can go. We can make sure to use it concerned with meditation.
I need a passport and license.
Okay. So for meditation is kind of like this American license. Meditation is kind of like you give up everything you've been doing up to that point. And it's also like you recognize when you're getting worked up, when you're getting bound up or twisted up. Like yesterday, I was going to live stream yesterday towards the afternoon, and I found out that my shoes, my flip-flops had disappeared. And so I was walking around and looking for them in the temple, and I started to get frustrated. I started to think about, like, somebody took my shoes, some conspiracy, you know, what's going, people don't respect me, all these kind of weird things. I started to get worked up, and I said, you know what? This is not worth it. And I just went and I laid down and I listened to some Tibetan chanting and just meditated, you know, and took a rest. Because there's so many things that it's just better to let go rather than to try to fix it or solve it when it's just causing more suffering inside of oneself. And then I talked, last night I told the CLA, the nun who run the temple, that my shoe disappeared, so she went out and she got me these white flip-flops. So I've never really ridden a big bike, just the normal size bikes. Yeah, a Buddhist nun from Myanmar, because the organization my teacher is a part of, he is from Myanmar, so.
So from 7 to 10.
Yeah, okay, great.
And 100%, and
Okay.
today is 54.
Okay.
So total is 262.
Okay. I think I've met probably like maybe 4 or 5 enlightened enlightened monks is what I would say. Here I have 22. Yeah, and what would be really great is if up in the mountain they have the 4G. So walking in the mountain would be good. Enlightened and not monk. No, and I wouldn't, because most of my time in meditation and going in those pathways has been in Buddhism as a monk. So, okay, I keep this.
Yes.
Okay.
I will tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
You do me a favor?
Yeah.
Pin yourself on my map. Either you want Myanmar or you want US.
I'm gonna pin myself on the map.
Yeah. Yes.
So it's like where you're from, right? You put where you're from.
Or which country you
You know
like?
what? Not a lot of people know this about me, but I'm 0.02% Congolese. So let me put one mark on the Congolese to recognize my Congolese ancestors. Because you know you can take the DNA test, and it told me that I'm part Congolese. Do you know where the Congo is? Yeah. Doctor of the Congo, American of Congo.
Then you put big one. Because you're the only
Congolese blood has come through here, right?
Xin chúc một hàng hoa đeo đi à? Đẹp thế hả? Bây giờ đây, có các hoa lên xin chúc anh.
Okay.
You point at the place. And also this.
I get a free hat?
Yeah, this is our first anniversary cat.
Oh, wow.
So we are opening last year, 21st July.
Oh. Wow, I feel like a winner. I feel like I've won something. Ah, it's amazing. Okay. That's great. So just go around back. I've got to fix my shoe. My shoe detached from itself.
No problem. Maybe I just monster.
Khi cái nhập sĩ trên bề đi có một hành chết có một người đúng hỏi đặt rồi nhập sĩ người
Giờ lúc khi người lên ba là
dễ chưa
chỉ đeo khẩu chỉ là chỉ đeo khẩu là you a monk?
I was a monk for 7 years. Yeah, but not now. But I stop it, you know.
Okay.
but I still love Buddha.
I always try 1 week before.
Yeah, 1 week it's tough.
I give you time.
Okay.
This one.
Okay. Is it truly cringe to be mindful with detachment? Well, it's a civil service, and it's a practice of self-sacrifice. So that's why people respect it a lot. I didn't stop Buddhism. I just stopped being a monk. And look, everybody, it almost says Oreo on it. Okay.
This is the key.
Yeah.
This. I'm sure you know this bike in Vietnam.
Yeah. Okay.
And over here have the USB. USB. So you can put the
Okay,
paper.
that's great.
And this,
Yeah.
you know, right?
Yeah.
One for open seat.
And the name of the shop is on the receipt, right?
No, not cat here.
I'll take a picture.
Hey, just see on my cat.
It's on the cap, so then I'll remember it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You add my WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Anything you can WhatsApp
Sure.
me.
Okay.
You open WhatsApp.
What's up here?
Scan me. WhatsApp camera. Okay, let's stay here.
Here, picture. Okay. All right. And the helmet? Helmet inside.
So come back with full petrol.
Sure, sure. And the key, where's the key? Here's the key. It's a
You just keep inside.
keep inside, okay.
Yeah, keyless.
I know I missed a lot of comments, everybody, but if you can, just put your comment again if it was important. I don't think so, Terry. Malaysia's a pretty safe place. How to do meditation. Stop seeking after anything. Stop trying to understand anything. Stop trying to figure anything out. Pause thinking, pause your emotions. Sit upright and be aware. Just breathing and aware. If you want to get specific, you can focus your attention, you can really sit upright. Sit in like your meditation position as far as you know. And then put your attention onto the breathing, the sensations of breathing in the nostrils. And then you just sit there, pause thinking, and keep your attention, keep your presence on the sensations of the breath entering in through the nostrils. It's very, very good if you laugh in meditation, and it's very, very good if you lay down and meditate or sit up and meditate if you're really relaxed. And it's also really good if you listen to the guided meditation, the Dharma talk, while you're meditating. There can be some difference between that, like a guided meditation or someone talking about the Dhamma. But both of those, you can kind of practice meditation as you listen to that, as you connect with that. I wouldn't say that I'm intellectually scared of death. But who knows, when the time comes, who knows how we'll feel or what we'll go through. And the idea here is that the you entity or the you belief is just like another thought. Like it's not as big a deal as you think that it is. The whole I thing, the self thing. That it doesn't have the reality that it seems to have or it appears to have. Sure. No, we can contemplate about death. We can contemplate about the reality of death. We don't have to be afraid or worry about death. Also, I rent the bike because it's for temporary. For long term is not suitable. Because it's a tool that can be used, but it's a big, heavy tool. You have to carry it around with you. You have to be responsible for it. So in the same way, when we have a car, when we have a bike, when we have a big computer, when we have a house, when we have all of these things that we think are somehow bringing us benefit and improving the quality of our life, these are actually things that weigh us down. These are actually things that we kind of have to pick up and carry with us, mentally or physically. So it's good, it's beneficial if we know how to use things for the short term or to use things for all. Because then it's not much of a problem. It's not something you personally have to carry with you. So if you get into the way of using your possessions and your resources for the others, those possessions and resources are much less of a burden on you. Because they're not yours as such. It's just more like they are another opportunity to take care of something for everyone.
So it's a much better mindset when it comes to possessions, especially like people who have all these cars and, you know, all these possessions, all these things, and they just use them for themselves. These big houses or many properties, a lot of land. You know, there's a better way to go about it. There's a better way to make use of these things. To find the way out of suffering. Yeah, stretching and doing yoga is really, really good, really helpful. I was a monk for 7 years. It doesn't cost money to stay at the Buddhist temple that I'm at, my teacher's temple, but many Buddhist temples do charge money to join the meditation retreat or to stay there, or it's just not possible to stay there unless you're a monk or unless you're involved with that temple in some way. So maybe firstly you can start to be a volunteer at a temple. Yeah, not now, but I'm sure I will go there when the live stream is finished. And I think from now on, we'll probably keep our live streams to 12 hours maximum. Because after 12 hours, it seems like YouTube doesn't really like to process all that. And this is the confusion, right, Hamilton? And this is kind of what we're trying to work on. That the notion of generosity is somehow bad. In America, we've somehow, maybe it was by the Rockefellers, maybe it was by the reptilians, maybe it was by George and Hillary Clinton, who knows who it was by. But we've been led to believe that there's something bad about generosity. We've been led to believe that there's something bad about sharing and caring and building community and building connections with one another that's not about us exploiting each other or buying and selling to each other. You know, and then we say, well, the most important thing is the family. I've got to protect my family. But if you look at American families and what children are going through, and also what a lot of American families put their children through by sending them to public school, it's not a very romantic situation. It's not a very ideal situation. So learning how to practice generosity seriously is really, really, really important. And it's not even that you start to, it's not that you're trying to track down homeless people to give your car keys to, but it's like a mindset. It's a mindset that is open about giving. It's a mindset that is open about using what we have to help others, not just to help ourselves. And it's especially a mindset about not holding on unnecessarily. Like we hold on just because we say, this is mine. But this is mine is the cause of suffering as well. This constant compulsion for mine, 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 mine. That's the genocide in Palestine. That's all the wars in human history. That's slavery. You know, that's why so many crimes happen. Because we're so fixated on mine, we're so fixated on our addiction to attaching to thoughts that don't even make sense, that we just can't hear. We've lost the ability to use our eyes. We've lost the ability to use our ears. We've lost our abilities to actually connect with someone human to human. And we're constantly in this state of action and reaction. We're constantly in this state of lust or aggression. Like a monkey, like one of those monkeys that you see that's always masturbating or always fighting with the other monkeys. And it's like we've lost our humanness. We've lost our capacity to actually be open to new experiences and to connect. And so we think that everything is either, I'm either like this or I dislike this. I gotta choose quick. That's what you've been programmed to act like, right? But you don't have to like or dislike or agree or disagree with something to just see what it is, right? And this little this little snippet of interest, this little snippet of stopping, this little snippet of curiosity doesn't mean that you have to choose between being lustful about it or aggressive to it. It means that you can actually step back and listen and take a look and have an experience and not be afraid about, am I being manipulated? The only person who's manipulating you at the end of the day is you. You are your own biggest manipulator. Now, can we get some big W's in the chat, everybody? Don't let those L's take over. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on, everybody. Leave a like if you haven't already. Big W's in the chat. You know who I am. I'm the Mr. Beast of Buddhism. I'm the non-tool Kai Sanat. I'm Aisho Buddhism. Let's get some big W's in the chat. I want to see everybody who's in here putting those W's in the chat. I want to see likes on the board if you haven't already left them. Imagine a world. Hold on one sec, everybody. Hold on. Let's stop for a second. Imagine a world where you don't know everything. Just for a moment, imagine a world where you don't automatically know everything. Imagine a world where you don't inherently know about Buddhism and meditation. Imagine a world where you don't inherently or magically or automatically know about someone that you've never met before. Imagine a world where you don't need to pretend to know about things that you don't know about. Yeah, it's been a while since I've posted on X, but imagine a world where you don't know everything. Imagine a world where not everything is in the box of your understanding. Imagine a world where you 100% don't automatically and magically know someone that you don't know. Right? Imagine that. Imagine a world where you don't magically, automatically, according to the gods of YouTube Shorts and the gods of TikTok and the gods of compulsive scrolling, you don't magically know someone that you have no idea who they are. Yeah, you don't need to imagine it. That's kind of the point. So being open to not knowing, being open to not understanding, being open to not everything being in the box of your personal experience. You know, Americans, I'm sorry, but the world doesn't revolve around America. The world doesn't revolve around America. Not everything is according to what America understands about the world. So it's like being more open and less aggressive and asking questions instead of pretending to know about things that you don't know about. So like, for example, the theme or the context of this live stream is that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I lived in Asia, I lived in monasteries and temples and meditation centers and trained with meditation masters all over the world for the past 7 years, since 2018. This live stream is in the context of Buddhism and meditation and enlightenment, etc. So I don't mind if we don't agree with some things, or if something that I say stands out to you and you may have something to say about that, I don't mind. But don't pretend to know about Buddhism and meditation and enlightenment and non-duality and, you know, working for the ending of suffering or being a Buddhist monk for 7 years or whatever, if you don't know about that. That was your final straw, Project Dirt. You can go and make a new YouTube account and come back. And so another thing is, like, I'm not flexing my ego by telling you that the context of this live stream may very well be outside of the context of what you're experienced with. There's nothing against your ego to not know about something that you're coming into contact with. Like the fact that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years and I've trained a lot in meditation and I've lived a lot in monasteries and temples is not making me inherently better than you in this situation. I'm just saying that this very well may be outside of the purview of your experience. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what there is something wrong with, I'd say, is being confident about knowing about something that you don't actually know about and that you don't actually know about. There's something really dangerous in that, right? There's something really dangerous in being confident about pretending to know about something that you not only don't know anything about, but know that you don't know anything about. So I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm just saying, that we can bring a quality of realism or authenticity to this situation and to this experience, And if you want to be here, you can be here. If you don't want to be here, that's perfectly fine too. This is my live stream where I share and teach and all that. But this isn't necessarily a place for you. And there's nothing wrong with that, to be humble, to be open. I'm also open and interested in listening to people share here because that's what this is all about, like having a direct connection, feeling a direct connection. But in terms of people coming in and like pretending to be an authority and say, oh, this is a fake thing, this is like this is like that, when they've just been in here for 30 seconds, maybe step back and relax a little bit and listen a little bit if you want to. And if not, you can go on your way as well. We also sing songs here. We do things like that. And maybe it's about time for a song. The sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. The sun, it shines in my heart. The sun, it shines in my heart. The rain, it falls from the mountains to my toes. The rain, it falls in my heart. The rain, it falls in my heart. The trees, they sway and bring oxygen every day. The trees, they sway in my heart. The trees, they sway in my heart. From the mountains, the flowers, the children and the deer, we all love each other. There's a place for everyone in my heart. And a lot of us, we have to go back to kindergarten. We've gotten so locked up in this negative Nancy, twisted up, jaded way of looking at life and looking at ourselves and looking at the world. And we're just so caught up in frustration and greed and non-practical, complicated thinking about other people over there and politics, and we've just become lost in the sauce of our own egos. So it's like when we sing these songs, we really humble ourselves and we open ourselves up to innocence. And it's really meant to be a practice. It's not meant to be entertainment. It's actually something that we practice together, that we go into together. So we can do it like this, for example. You can follow along with this one, hand motions too. Breathing in, breathing out. Let's try together. Breathing in, breathing out. Again. Breathing in, breathing out. Okay, next line. I am blooming as a flower. Together. I am blooming as a flower. Next line, I am fresh as the dew. I am fresh as the dew. Together. I am fresh as the dew. Next line, solid as a mountain. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. Let's try that one together. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Try the I am free together. I am free. So let's take that one from the top together. Breathing in, breathing out. It feels good. Breathe, smile. Breathing in, breathing out. From the top, 2 times together. Here we go. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Blooming as a flower. I am blooming as a flower, fresh as the dew. I am fresh as the dew, solid as a mountain. I am solid as a mountain, firm as the earth. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Okay, next one. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. I am water. Look, you can see the water. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space deep inside of me. I am free, I am free, I am free. It's real, it's real. It's really real. It's so much better than just scrolling on TikTok and being depressed and being anxious and being angry and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's a little bit geeky, a little bit unusual, but it's good for us to practice like that. You see people coming in, this guy's a freak, this guy's a monster, this guy's a scammer. You know what I mean? This guy's a scammer, this guy. You know, we don't want to get too much of that in here, but let's sing a song together. Let's smile. Let's be happy. I mean, what got into you? All this seriousness, all this frustration, all this anger. He's a bad guy. He's a or you've got, he's a communist. I can't even do that one here. It's illegal in Malaysia. He's a communist. Nothing in life's free, Bob. Get a job. You know, take a breath. You're just coming in here, meeting somebody for the first time. You're telling them to get a job. I'm not your granddaughter's boyfriend, pal. I'm not coming here looking for advice. You're in my house. You're on my live stream. You made the decision to stay and leave a comment. Be respectful. Be a man. Back in my day, we didn't talk like that. We didn't act like that. You say something like that to a man like me, you're talking about a man who's fast on a draw. Be careful. I tell you, these old timers and these young timers, they're influencing each other. You come up to a man like me in my home in the street, you're asking for a draw. Okay? Be careful. You know what they used to call me? They used to call me the fastest man with two eyes. And you're going to come up and be, hey, I'm Mr. Tough Guy, get a job. I'm going to get you a job, and that job's being respectful, being a man. Not telling other people how to live their lives, not knowing what's going on. People say, how dare you receive donations? I'm open to accepting what life offers. Have you ever heard of consulting? Have you ever heard of experienced people sharing their experience freely? I tell you, I've got a lot more experience than a lot of the spiritual coaches and meditation masters and mindfulness teachers out there that are trying to sell courses and trying to scam your grandchildren and your sons and daughters into these multi-level marketing schemes. And there's no price for this, you know? And there's never going to be a price for this. And I'm never going to be begging for people to offer to help in that way. It's open. And I can be as supported as people would like for me to be supported. That's it. And of course, you know, I'm sorry that I'm not 120 pounds and, you know, hanging upside down in a cave somewhere. But, you know, I'm going to be as supported as people allow me to be supported. That's it. This is my seriousness. This is my consistency of generosity and offering. Okay? This is my practice. This is my way. Yeah, don't sweat it, AJ. You don't come into a man's house, especially not a man like me, and tell me to calm down. I'll rip you up from your roots and I'll throw you out, okay? I'll throw you out. You don't tell me to calm down. I'm the calmer downer, okay? I'm Mr. Calm. I'm the calm boss. I'm the calm Gigliotti, okay? I'm the Don of Calm. You know what they call me? They call me the Don of Calming, okay? You don't tell me to calm down. I'm going to calm you down. If you're not careful, you're going to be the one that gets calmed down. And I feel that support and that love as well. And we'll see how far we can take it. But I'm really happy to be doing this. Right now in Malaysia, just sitting outside of some abandoned building, maybe like a building in construction. We're talking about the truth. We're talking about enlightenment. We're talking about Buddhism. We're talking about meditation. We're talking about real spirituality and real non-duality. You're not going to get this at your local 7-Eleven. You're not going to see this while you're scrolling around on Crystal Talk, okay? This is the deep stuff. This is the iceberg of spirituality. How far do you want to go? How deep do you want to go? Aliens are just like thoughts that we have in our minds. A lot of things are like that. Also, I don't have a problem with crystals. Hey, if I had a studio and resources, we'd go from walking around in the streets of Kuala Lumpur, on the brink of being arrested for Buddhist absurdism, to going into the meditation bowl studio, where you'd see me flipping and flopping with water and singing bowls and gongs, etc., and flutes, etc. But it's just not at that point right now. So I'm not against those people. I'm just saying that there's a Dhamma, there's a way out of suffering. There's a way that's concerned with the truth and not just spiritual entertainment. So here we're combining Buddhist absurdism with non-duality, and that's very entertaining. It's not illegal to be a Buddhist, but sometimes we get riled up here. Sometimes we're singing in the streets, and maybe not everyone's ready for that. Wow, look at this. And be careful. I can't say it enough. I can't say it enough. Be very, very careful, please. Know how to say no, and know how to run. And know how to be patient and not in a hurry, and relax. Relax and patient and not in a hurry, and know how to say no, and know how to run. Okay? I just watched an anime. I don't know if anyone here is like a Potamani or something. And there's a little pink goblin, a little pink alien from Happy Town. And the little pink alien's always saying, P. So it's like, hello everyone, P. Or Namakodoba Katika, P. Puts it at the end. And anyway, it's just we see what it's like when we supplicate ourselves to depression, when we supplicate ourselves to complicated thinking, when we supplicate ourselves to the emotions of others and our own emotions. We have to know how to say no. For our children, for ourselves, for our communities, etc. No, 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 no. I don't believe in your emotional bullshit. I don't believe in what you're saying. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're talking about. No, 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 no. And I know that a lot of you can't work with that because you have jobs or you have situations or it just doesn't make sense. So I'm here to be your spiritual no animal. So when you go to work, when you go to the crusty mechanic shop or whatever it is that you have to do, I'll be there on your shoulder saying no. I don't believe in what you're saying. I don't believe in who you think you are, etc. I don't believe it. Prove it to me. And they'll be speechless. Knowing how to run means knowing how to leave, knowing how to renounce. There is an ancient Kung Fu text called the 10 Secret Unmentionable Martial Arts. And there's an 11th one. And the 11th one is, when nothing else works, run. When nothing else works, let go, renounce, go. There's nothing else to do. But my house, but my car, but my life, but my expectation, but my sandwich in the fridge, but my milk, but my carpet, but my cat. Sometimes all you can do is run. All you can do is go. And that also goes hand in hand with, Ajahn Brahm talks about one time he had a student or he had a follower who was a woman in a domestic abuse situation. Her husband was quite domestically abusive. And somehow she began to practice loving kindness with her abusive husband. And she started to I forget the specifics, but to direct the energy of loving kindness towards him when he would be angry or when he would do something harmful, etc. Like she would offer that kindness to him. And you know what? Instead of her having to run away and leave him, he changed. He changed completely. But it's just we also need to know how to run. You know, and sometimes it's the vice versa. So that woman, she probably knew how to run, because it takes a lot of power to offer loving kindness to someone who's harming you. All my living is all through donations from our fine and lovely community here. And I wish that community health and wealth in all the ways that they aspire to have it. We're a donation-run organization. A communist. I don't accept communists in my live stream. Get out of here, Hamilton. No communists allowed. We don't do political stuff here. If you're a communist, get out. So there's a lot of different ways to work with things. There's a lot of different ways to work with things. And when we put ourselves into this box of, but I'm depressed, but this is my habit, but now I'm tired, but now I'm hungry, but what about this, and what about that, and what about this and that, and this and that? Just go. Just step out. Just walk out. You know, for me, it's doing a live stream like this. For you, it might be stepping in to listen to a live stream like this. Or it might be just going for a walk in the forest. Or it might be leaving your job. Or it might be having a different quality of relationship with the people who are around you, especially children. There's a lot to learn from children. There's a lot to be taught from and by children. If you learn how to listen, and you learn how to drop your biases, and you learn how to drop all of your complicated thoughts. Because children can almost be like the dumping ground for our thoughts and our opinions and our beliefs and our ideas, where we just talk nonsense to them until it forms itself into an ego. To be in awe, to be in AWE, to be in a state of wonder, to be in a state of wandering in wonder and in awe. Mark, do you actually have children? No way. You're saying in the future when you're older, right? When you grow up. Joe Turner, this is all about the emptiness of contradictions. You know, in the modern world, we aren't even allowed to use the word end anymore. That something can be good and bad. That something can be right and wrong. That something can be skillful and unskillful. You know what I mean? So we kind of have to take back a lot of our vocabulary. The best food, you know, a lot of it is like from certain places that I've stayed, especially like Myanmar, you know, there's a certain comfort to going back to that, feeling like connected to that time and connected to that environment. You know, and we have these degenerate people that they consider children to be property. And they consider themselves to know about children because they consider children to be lower than them. It's a real shame. You know, as they used to say in school, you don't know Jack. And so we stop pretending to know about everything. We stop pretending to be an authority about everything. We stop pretending that complaining about the food that's being prepared in someone else's house makes sense. You're a guest. You are a guest in my house. And I'm an American, so you know I'm carrying. Be very careful what you say. You're talking nonsense, you're gossiping like a little frolicking crimbala. Did you not have a grandfather? Did you never be taught how to be a man? You don't talk like that. You don't act like that. You're supposed to be an American, right? And you're acting like a tulubla, a tulubla. You're sharing your little comments running around, huh? Why don't you go back to man school? Speak like a man. I hope we've lost all common sense. You're going to make me turn into a conservative Republican commentator. We've lost all common sense. We've all gone woke. We don't know the first thing about human-to-human connection. And we're influencing the children to act like this. Why do you think the young people are running around like they've got their head full of brain rot and full of shit? Because that's the best food that they can get, because nobody else is feeding them anything. AI slop is more nutritious than what they're being fed by their middle-class, hat-wearing, blue-collar working parents in a lot of cases that are functioning alcoholics and worried about their vacation in Florida, etc. I'm sorry to be the one to talk about it, that are flipped up and tricked up in Fox News and Looney Tuned out of their mind. They've got to find something to eat. So Bombadillo Crocodilo and Tra-la-la-la-la Cappuccino Mambadillo and Tung 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 Zahur is a lot more nutritious than what they have on offer at the table of their parents that are addicted to alcohol and God knows what else and media consumption. They've got nobody. All that they can do is dig in the trash for something to eat, for Roblox. And then you know what that's full of? It's full of predators. It's full of lunatics. It's full of other immature children that also haven't been raised up. It's a real shame. And I'm not going to stand for it. And I'm not going to have people come around here and pretend like they are protecting children or speaking out or something like that when they don't even know how to talk to a man. They don't even know how to speak as a man. And they're coming in here and saying, you've lost yourself, my friend. You've lost your mind. You've lost your dignity as a man. Call your grandfather, if you've got one. You know, it's a real shame. And then they're being forced to go to school and they've got to memorize bullshit and pass bullshit tests so that they can go to some bullshit college. They don't even know what education is. They're not learning anything. Kids don't learn like that to begin with. It's just some of them, they say, well, I guess I got to go to college. What job? For what? What are they going to do? They just want to play Roblox. That's all you do, is play on your little phone and drink alcohol and disassociate and talk nonsense and interfere with them eating candy and playing Roblox. That's all that they've ever been taught to do. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better hold your cards tight. You better watch your Yu-Gi-Oh hand, because I'm looking over. What do you got over there? What are you thinking over there? If you're not careful, you're going to find me drinking your milkshake next. Not me coming into your live stream, but me drinking up your milkshake. Be very careful what you say, Mr. Movie Man, Mr. Netflix Man, Mr. TV show man, Mr. Smart Guy, Mr. American Beard Guy, Mr. American Sunglass Wearing Guy, Mr. American Gas Station Man, Mr. American Car Man. You better be very careful what you say. Because this is my house, and I'm an American. I'm holding. Okay, we don't play that communist stuff here. Oh, you got squatters' rights, do you? I got your squatters' rights right here, bub. Be very careful what you say and what you do in my house. Okay? Breathing out. Send that message around. Send that message around. Let it flow. Let it go. Okay? My body is not in America, but my heart and mind, send it out. I'm sending those messages out. You're my little messengers, okay? You send out that message to the car man and the sunglasses man and the white American hat wearing car driving man. I'm not playing games here. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Now, what we don't want to do is get big ideas of grandeur. We get excited, we get worked up, we get involved, maybe we have some kind of hope or aspiration, but we always step back, relax, release the whole body and mind. No ego, no game, no confusion, but we really simplify and stabilize our mind on breathing. Simplify and stabilize our mind on seeing. Simplify and stabilize our mind on hearing. And you know what we need to simplify and stabilize our mind on that we haven't had in a while? Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Big, 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 big W's. No giving up, no surrender, no compromises, no believing in complicated thoughts. It goes in one ear and it goes out the other, and it cleans it out 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 and goes right out beyond thinking, beyond personhood, beyond a person, a place, a situation. We're working on not someone. We're working on not some place. We're working on not some time. We're working on not some situation, not some particular environment. We're going way beyond the limits, everybody. Let's W it up. Let's get those birds flying. Let's get those big W's flying. This is a wonderful experience. This is a wonderful moment that is not conceptual in nature. That is not conceptual in nature. We're not going to come in here and pretend to know people we don't know. We're not going to come in here and pretend to know about Buddhism. We're not going to come in here and pretend to know about meditation. We're not going to come in here and pretend to know someone that we absolutely don't know just because we happen to come into their live stream and start thinking thoughts about them. We're not going to play that game. We're going to be real men. We're going to be real women. We're going to come back to our real awareness, and real trans women and real trans men. Whatever's going on, let that be. Be real. Don't be a pretender. Don't be a faker. Don't be a fronter. Don't be a bluffer. You know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. We're not going to have pretenders in here. I know exactly who you are, Mr. Magoo. I don't think so. I'd be very, very surprised if that was the case. If you are a powerful psychic that can see me and hear me and know my mind in deep and powerful ways, please go somewhere else very, very quickly. Yo, money bed meal, 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 money bed meal. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm crazy, Yo, money bed meal, 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 money yo 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 yo. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Yo, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. I'm not crazy, 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 yo. Money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal, money bed meal. I'm not crazy, 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 yo 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 yo. I'm not crazy, yo 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 yo. I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, yo 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 yo. I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm not crazy. I have arrived. I am home. In the here and in the now. I have arrived. I am home. In the and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. Yeah, you know, it's like our suffering or our big problem or our big mistake. How do we make that our art? How do we make that our love? How do we make that our positive quality? And we do that through purification. We start to practice generosity. We start to follow precepts. We take goodness very seriously. We take self-sacrifice very seriously. We take patience very seriously. We take not being in a hurry very seriously. We take kindness very seriously. We take self-love very seriously. We take deep looking very seriously. We take forgiveness very, very, very seriously. Not just to forgive ourselves, but to actually offer out the forgiveness, to offer out the uninvolvement, to offer out the ending, to offer out the finishing, to offer out the resolution, to all the schizophrenics out there, to all the bipolar ones out there, to all the psychotics out there, to all the depressives out there, to all the young ones that I care so much about, to all the middle and older ones that are a part of my own body and mind. You are welcome. We will continue, and we will be fearless. Patience. Patience, patience, patience. It doesn't seem like people have too many issues, so I must be doing something right. I know how to take myself in the deep end, but there really is no deep or shallow. Just forgive. Just open. Just the forgiving, the opening, and the ending. And please, this is not a game. This is not an advertisement. I don't have a course to sell you. I don't have a program for you to believe in. I'm not interested in you becoming religious in any way. I'm here to serve. I'm here to offer. I'm here to connect as much as I can. Honestly, the other day we did a 20-hour live stream, and it took its toll on me. And I'm a little bit alone here. So it took me a little bit to get myself back up. But, we're learning. We learn through overexertion. We learn through underexertion. We learn through everything. Oh, thank you, dog eat dog. That's the generosity. That's what I'm talking about. So on one hand, the generosity is definitely a way to stay energetically connected, to make me know about you through your practice of generosity, just like you are knowing about me through my practice of generosity. And anyway, that's less important than you practicing the generosity in your daily life. That's not about me and you getting to know each other, okay? But it's a way. It's a way of releasing our ego and releasing our identity. And also, it's taking a stand. I mean, it is also taking a stand, because there are a lot of people who don't agree with this. There are a lot of people who don't want other people to be in contact with this, just FYI. So if you really do support it, and if you really get it, then please do feel inspired to support, to donate, to reach out, to connect. I'm very much here, and I'll continue to be here and to be giving here. Freely, without expectation. And it's just nice because we can kind of give a little bit of ourselves, or we can give a lot of ourselves, but just saying hello, I'm here and I'm taking this seriously is kind of it's really helpful. Complacency and consumption, 100%. And it is definitely much better in a certain way to donate through PayPal or some other ways, because YouTube takes a lot. But don't be worked up about that. And if you have any questions, you need more information of any kind, I'm here to help. You get a baddie by finding the baddie within yourself. There is a baddie within yourself that has been waiting for you, that has been inviting you. It's nice. It's nice when people donate. It's nice when we can get a big yellow W999 donation. Uh-oh, turn it upside down, we got 666. That's why we know how to stay upright, our buoyancy. It's not a matter that there's not waves and storms and hellish oceans. Trust me, you're probably going to go to hell. Maybe very, very soon. I've been to hell many times. It's not a place you want to go. It's probably the worst place. But this is the nature of the ocean, right? And we're not perfect. We're not enlightened. We've made a lot of mistakes. So we're going to tipsy-turvy, bump up and down, etc. This way of practice is concerned with the buoyancy. To come back, to refresh and restart, to not identify with those hellish experiences, but to begin again. Because those difficult experiences that we identify with and kind of start to get sinking and lost in, that becomes our complacency. That becomes our mental sickness. That becomes our unwillingness to drop the ego, which is a kind of detachment. Now, oh, about the relationship advice. Yeah, so you need to go into a deeper relationship with yourself, man. You've been neglecting yourself. You've been neglecting your heart. You've been neglecting your gut. You've been neglecting your lungs. You've been neglecting yourself when you're not lost in distractions. And so, yeah, you're a kid. You're a young guy. You're a young man, whatever. So you're going to be involved in a lot of distractions. You don't want to become a monk. You don't want to go to church, whatever. But when you have that space and time where it's not necessary for you to be involving in stuff, I hope you're not vaping. But when you have that space and time, that's when you can just stop for a moment, stop for a minute, and actually look inside of yourself and actually be with yourself. Be with your heart. Be with your body. Be with your mind. Look at it. And that will allow this process of deepening and opening and blooming to take place. Okay? So you can be blooming like a flower, and all of the baddies will see your flower, your freshness. Right? You're not watching porn and masturbating every day. You're not going into weird negative thoughts and conspiracies and conspiring. How am I going to get a girl? How am I going to manipulate other people? How am I going to get what I want out of this situation? No way. You look inside yourself and you let the baddies come to you. You let the love come to you by being yourself, by being true to yourself, by giving out, by sharing out. That's one of the reasons that I stopped being a monk and why I don't go back to being a monk now, because it's like there's something that I'm not able to share. There's a conservatism, there's a traditionalism that I'm not against, I appreciate it, but that right now I want to share my art. And this is my art. I'm an artist. I'm a spiritual artist. And so this is a way of giving and sharing, my art that I do. And it is expensive, but I give it away for free. And anyway, that's what I like to do, so it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not, because I like to give it away for free. It's a nightmare charging for things. I can't even imagine doing that. Okay, you want to have a call? Okay, you want to learn meditation? Let me put in my calculator how much my time is worth. My time isn't worth anything. My time is priceless. That's why I give it all away freely. A narcissist, well, I'm trying to work on that. And aren't we all? Don't we all have a little bit of narcissism inside of us? Okay, good. Listen to some bits and found your inputs. How can one get started off with Buddhist monastery work as a volunteer and some associated charges by other groups? Be stoic through criticism, man. That's great. Yeah, but also the criticism is to play with it, to fold it, to mold it, to transform it into an absurdity. the notion of criticizing others is kind of absurd. Like, I'm going to criticize you because you're less than me. I'm going to criticize your ego. I'm going to put you in this negative space. There is no you to criticize. There's nobody there to criticize. So if you're just criticizing for the sake of you, it's completely ridiculous. Doesn't make any sense. If you're using criticism as a tool to get people to refresh and restart the computer of their mind, that's a good way to do it. But you have to be careful. I mean, really, nobody needs punishment. Everybody needs help. So you can go to Google Maps and you can search for a Buddhist temple or a Buddhist monastery in your area. Then you just go and explore and knock on doors and say, hey, I want to volunteer. Hey, I want to get involved. Because we've got to learn how to, firstly, we've got to learn how to properly value a connection with an experienced practitioner. We have to relearn how to give a proper valuation to a relationship with an experienced practitioner who's not trying to sell us something, who's not trying to get them to come, to come and live with us, or trying to get us to, sign up for some program or whatever, but someone who who you're pretty sure has more experience than you, that you can ask questions to, that you can bounce off information to. And in that way, that's very helpful, that's very beneficial, but in that way, you can go out there and you can use your own eyes, you can use your own ears, you can use your own heart, body, and mind to make determinations about if this place is something you can work with or not. And go out there and explore. That's the important thing to do. There you go. Don't let it wreck your day. We all have our own special culture inside. It's okay to love, it's okay to be kind, it's okay to let go. Real love is not about someone. It may be particularly inclusive of someone, right? But real love is not about someone. It's not story-based. It's a sense, it's a quality, it's an openness, it's a flexibility that certain things, certain places, certain situations, they resonate, they ring that bell of true love within us. But don't make it interpersonal. Make it love through generosity, relationship through generosity. Do we really want somebody knocking on our door and bothering us about what they think about us or what they want from us? Or can we meet each other in the middle through generosity, through offering? And then when something actually happens, we can ask for help instead of just jabbering about different things. Or we share our heart, we share our consideration instead of just jabbering with these ego games of relationship. No way. No way. No need. People can share as they share freely. Most people have much less experience than people who think they have more experience usually have less experience than they think they do. People who think they have less experience usually have more experience than they think that they do. So everybody's wrong. Me most of all. You just have to be an explorer. You have to take your right of exploration back again. You see what I'm saying? You have to take your right of exploration back again. You don't know what this place is. You don't know. You've never been there before. You don't know what they do there. You don't know what their schedule is. You don't know nothing about it. But you know that that's a Buddhist meditation place or whatever. So you go and visit. You go and see if there's somebody around and you say, hey, I'm looking for opportunities to volunteer, to serve, concerned with Buddhism, concerned with meditation. Leave it at that. You're not there to be the CEO. You're not there to be the theorizer, or the understander, or the judger. They've got plenty of people to do that. You're not there to do that. You're just there to give and listen. That's it. That's all you have to do. So you save a lot of energy that way. The people who are coming along and taking up this position Aha! Another place for me to think. Another place for me to consider about what's going on. They're wasting a lot of energy. This is my house. This is my YouTube channel. You better call up your grandma who works at Google and tell them to take my channel away if you don't like what's going on here. Because this is not under your purview. It's not under your consideration. You weren't invited here. You're not a scholar, a visiting scholar that's with their retinue that's coming here to offer consideration. You really have to cut the shit. You're a guest here. You're choosing to be here. Shut up and listen or get out. What are you talking about? I have a right to this YouTube. I have a right to this situation. Your right is to get the fuck out of here and never come back. Or to stay as long as you like. What are you talking about? You're coming in here and commenting and taking a position. Oh, you're here protecting these people? Nobody knows who you are here. You don't know who any of these people are here. I'm the only person that can be seen and heard and is, exposing myself. So you're playing games with your ego. And you're playing with power that you don't understand, my friend. Huzzah! 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 Be careful. I want the very best for you, and that's why I don't want you to be here acting like a fool. It just doesn't make any sense. I wish you were a superhero of meditation and wisdom and spirituality and whatever it might be, but if you were, you wouldn't be in here butting your nose in other people's business. And that's hard to live up to that. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for being in that situation. I'm saying that I know that situation. I know that experience. I know that identity. And I'm saying to myself, that's not the guy. And now we've got another guy. Get a job! Get a job! Go back to the retirement home or go back to the community center so that they can give you your medicine. Because I know that you're not a man. I know that you're not a fit and ready man to come in and tell another man what to do. I am getting a little bit excited. I am getting a little bit excited. Josh, Justin, get your scooty batooties to bed and go to sleep. Let's get some W's and the Z's for you, buds. Let me put it this way. Imagine a world where people consume content. Imagine a world where content is one of the most valuable commodities that there are. So imagine a world where there's like this thing called Netflix, or there's this thing called YouTube, or there's this thing called TikTok, etc. Imagine a world where people are desperate for content. And they're also desperate for connection. And so imagine a world where there was a person who was, as far as we can explain it, and as far as we can talk about it, a content creator. And imagine a world where that content creator was live streaming on this platform that was about content. And then imagine if that content creator's content was actually not emphasizing swiping and continuous involvement and thumbnails that click people on, but actually to turn people off. And so in that world, people may in fact donate and support to who they consider to be their teacher, or who they consider to be their Mr. Monk Life Meditation, or their Mr. Rob. I have nothing to sell you. And I admit with all the shame that I can that I like nothing more than well, I probably like peace more, but it's always nice to get a gift. It's always nice to receive a donation, isn't it? But that's not what this is about. Don't just make a report to YouTube, call the police. I've got to be stopped. And if they don't stop me, I'm going to stop me. Don't just make a report to YouTube, call the police. Yeah. You know, and then it's not just that they come in and critique, I've got an opinion. And then they make their, now they want to assault that person who's in their own home. You don't, you know, you're here eating the food that I've prepared in my channel, and you don't just want to complain about it, you now want to call the police for the food that you chose to eat. May you be happy, may you be peaceful, may you be free from suffering, may you be free from worry, may you be free from anger, may you be free from fear, may you be free from non-practical, complicated thinking. May you be free from all suffering. May you become totally and completely enlightened. Even if I'm not doing well on peace, I hope that you are. I wish that you will be peaceful and happy and free. Okay. I will share the PayPal. In making a donation, try to not think like doing a personal favor for me, but you know, think of it as like giving something up wholeheartedly concerned with the path to awakening. And it really doesn't have to be to me. But of course, also a good way to do it. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, good one, Jack. Yeah, reset and restart, refresh and relax, step back, calm and settled. I know I can seem to be very worked up, but I'm also practicing mindfulness and detachment. Meaning that I'm not particularly identifying with the idea of myself in this situation, and I'm not particularly identifying with the idea of the other person in this situation. It's more like an interlocking of energies that facilitate a release. And so for me, from my side, it's almost like I portray or I express myself in such a way that there's like a see-throughness of the ego. Like there's a, I try to be very authentic and very sincere and real, but it's like it's clearly not how it appears to be. Because if it was how it appears to be, I may very well appear to be a completely raving lunatic. So I think it's something very much related to the age, this age of the Dharma ending and this age of our culture. And for me, I feel like it's relevant. I feel like it helps. And, it's not in a hurry, but this is also my way of developing and progressing on the path. And I take that very seriously. That's the most important thing for me. Doesn't mean I won't take a detour or I won't step back from that or, try to let go of like trying to go in that direction in this way. But that, I'm very willing to like give everything that I can just to this. And I'm very grateful for everybody here that's allowing this to be like a coming together point for a lot of energies. It's okay, Genevieve, don't worry about it. I know that you take this very wholeheartedly, and that's a wonderful gift and a wonderful donation. And I'm very glad that you're here. And I'm always happy when I see your name there. Partly, I'll share this with everyone. I'm partly like Ace Ventura coded, or Dumb and Dumber coded. There's definitely some influence that I got from like a Jim Carrey, that era. I rewatched not too long ago. I rewatched the Jim Carrey, like the Ace Ventura movies, the 2 Ace Ventura movies, and that was very resonant with me. And of course, his hair, I'll wear my hat. I haven't considered just yet going to Turkey for a hair transplant. I don't think that would work for me. I'm too far gone. But just the freedom and the playfulness and the openness and the flexibility and tracking our own line, walking in our own line. And being innocent in a certain way, being naive in a certain way. And maybe completely not naive in a certain way. Orlando, not everybody is the same person, man. Just because you think you know someone's identity, it doesn't mean that you actually know their identity. How long have you spent with me, Orlando? How well do you really know who I am? Do you know what Buddhism is about? Do you allow for monks to exist? Hey, I knew this was going to happen. Somebody asked me for the PayPal, that's why I put it there. They made a request. I'll take it down. I'll take it down. No harm, no foul, right, Orlando? We come back to center, come back to ground. No. Relax, 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 relax. Detach, 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 detach. Step back, step back, step back. Have you guys ever experienced the phenomena where you think you know what's going on, and then a few moments later it turns out that you actually had the entire wrong idea of what was happening and what the situation was? I've had that happen a lot, especially living in Asia, living as a monk around people who don't speak English. It's happened many, many times that I thought someone was this particular way or was acting this way towards me, all this kind of stuff. And then I realized, then something happened or someone told me something. I was just seeing, it was really funny. A friend of mine, Aaron, and my teacher right now is leading a meditation retreat in America at his center in California. We're opening a new center there as well. And so Aaron was coming to the master to ask him about getting some funds, getting some resources for some project he wanted to do. And there's an assistant there that's from Myanmar, and he usually speaks in Burmese. He can speak some English, but usually speaks in Burmese. And so Aaron was talking about this thing that he wanted to do, and he was like really impassioned. He was really excited about it. And then after he stopped speaking, let's call him Tung. Tung started speaking in Burmese, and didn't know what he was saying because he was saying it in Burmese. And immediately Aaron yelled, kind of lurched over him and said, "I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. Don't try to get involved with this. Don't try to say anything about this." And then the next moment, another assistant, Al, came over and said, "Hey man, he was just trying to help. He's just trying to help figure this out and support you in doing this." You know what I mean? So it's super, super easy for our mind to be like tricked about what appears to be going on. You know what I mean? And it's normal, and we learn from those kinds of experiences. We learn from going through those kinds of things, you know? And then we react to it, and then we're chasing Aaron around, "Aaron, what are you doing?" But we just learn to let go, and keep it moving, because that's where the life is, that's where the nature is, that's where the flow of everything is just in the keep it moving, keep it trucking. My dad was a long haul trucker for a long time. And you know what they say? They say, keep it trucking. We go through it. We grow through failure. We go through success. We grow through disaster. We grow through wasting time. We go through making the best possible use of time. We grow through everything as much as we can make use of it and let go of it. Relax the eye. You just, monk life, you just missed full of shit. Well, there you go, Shelley. That explains it. An Australian trucker, wow. That's very Mad Max coded. This is a song that I really love to sing, and it represents a practice that I really like to do when I get over involved, when I get excited. You know, sometimes a lot of things are going on. I like to practice this way. Yeah. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. Let's try that again from the beginning. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. This is like the island of mindfulness or the island of space within. Maybe we can try to sing and practice it together. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. One more time for the friends in the back. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. One more time for the people who aren't really listening. Put on your listening ears, close your seeing eyes, open up the heart of smiles, and open up the lungs of freshness. Let's sing this one together. Breathing in, I come back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water. There are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Not in a hurry, not in a rush. That's the Jack I know. The Jack that's been running around here for these past periods of time, that's not the Jack that I know. This is the Jack that I know. Appreciate you, brother. I know you're not like that. I know that this is the Jack that I know. Monk Life, you'll have to send me that picture sometime. Don't hold out on me, okay? I'd love to see some of the pictures that you've taken and that you've saved. Please do send those to me. Concerned with the truth? Concerned with mindfulness and detachment means being aware of what's right here. Being aware of the sound. It's not good or bad. It's not right or wrong. It's just a sound. I don't need to like it or dislike it. I don't need to be involved with it. I don't need to attach to it. Just aware. Aware without attaching. Now, if you get attached to it, maybe you get concerned or you get upset or you're making judgments about the sound. You're interfering with the sound. So just hearing it. It's not my sound. It's not a good sound. It's not a bad sound. There's no label applied to it. Just hearing. let everything go. Whatever it is, let it go. And if you can't let it go, recycle it. Could anyone give me an update on the hour marks? What hours are we at today for our live stream? We should be coming up on 12 hours. About an hour left. We should have about an hour left, I think. See if I can figure this out. Well, it says right here, 611 minutes. 611 minutes. Okay, so we've got about 2 hours left. Or about 1 hour left. Don't want to play it too close to the clock. No, because the YouTube does not like the live streams over 12 hours, so I think that's going to be the limit for now. Okay, let's stay awake, let's stay aware, let's stay alive, let's stay engaged. Let's not get carried away by complicated thinking, or, we feel sleepy, we feel tired. It's been hot today. We've had to been rough and tough today, right? So we're going to be mindful. That's what we're definitely going to do. But mindful of what? Aware of what? What are we going to be mindful of? What are we going to be aware of? Any ideas? It's not about it being okay or not okay. It's about seeing what's there and feeling it as deeply as possible without perpetuating involvement or identity with it. So let's say you're missing someone. Go to the source, go to the root of that feeling in the body. There was a durian around here, but then we rode a motorbike down the road. Mindful of durian, mindful of desires and attachments, with detachment. What kind of question do you have, my friend? Oh, great. A new stalker. What a joy. A new psychotic stalker. What a great thing. Thank the heavens. A new teacher. Well, I'm here. I'm ready for your teaching, sister or brother. I'm going to receive all the teachings you've got. Donations you get, what do you do with? Well, I use them for doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. And to, take care of myself, take care of the body, take care of the mind. Okay, good idea to the core. Yeah, call the local Buddhist monastery. That's a good idea.
It's not a new phone. But I'll be honest, I did drop my iPhone in a river in Thailand. And I'd rather not have had done that. And it says it right here, doesn't it? It says, "Welcome to Peace Class 101." That's not ambiguous, is it? There's durian right here. Look at this. Somehow the mother Guan Yin is always looking out for me with some durian. Excuse me, sir, you selling fine durians? Yeah, I want to eat it. Is it good? Is it ready?
Yeah.
Good and ready, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
It is, yeah.
Wow, different kinds. Oh, that's a beauty. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You know, leave the name calling to the teacher, and you know, all of that being done from, you know, a place of people, for whatever reason, making a decision to be in a place that they don't have to be. They don't have to drive their car to leave. They don't have to call an Uber to leave. They don't have to move their things to leave. They're just swiping along and making a problem. And so, you know, that's, if they're looking for a fight, they can get a fight. But really, it's just a kind of wrathful compassion. It's not really arguing about those people or those situations. That's a good one, Bible Radio. I like that. T. We need to talk a little bit, T, because you might have something going on inside that I want to talk with you about, or just a lack of experience also, which is okay. It's okay to have a lack of experience. Oh, look at that. Prime durian. Really? I can try? Oh my God. Wow. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh. That's the best right there. Wait. Let's see. It's so important not to engage, because the people are looking for meaning. In the modern day, there's just so little access for meaningful activities and meaningful experiences in America for American people. And so this is an opportunity, because this is meant to be accessible. Like, I'm meant to be vulnerable. It's meant to feel like I'm exposed, like I'm vulnerable to people. And so for them, this is an opportunity for them to take a stand, This is an opportunity for them to be involved in community. This is an opportunity for them to help others. They don't really know what's going on. And also, ultimately, we don't really know what's going on. So we've just got to let it be and detach, and I'll try to work with that and teach with that as much as possible, but please don't let it affect you. Anyway, it's not you know, even if I was quote unquote impersonating a priest or something like that, you know, the state religion here is Islam. It wouldn't matter. So we can't try to explain everything to everyone and, you know, control people's minds. We just got to let people learn and love, learn and live. Right now, in fact, the durian season is starting to come to an end. Okay, thank you so much. No, it's too much. Thank you. Hello? Are we okay? Are we in a live stream or? Okay. Well, we're going to go for a little bit of a ride, a little bit of a trip. Durian can be very expensive, and you could say like an onion banana. You could describe it like that, actually. That's not a bad way to describe it. And we never know what kind of experiences are going to happen moment by moment, because the world and life is so multifaceted and so interesting. So let's see if we can't go to the place where all of happiness fills the world. That it would be good to go to that place, right? To go to the place where happiness fills the world, where happiness fills all the directions. Okay, we're going to go this way, and we're just going to go right. Yeah. Here is the Pure Land. That's what we say. And we're going to, as much fun as it would be to have this going on, we're going to put this well, what we're going to do is we're going to turn. It's dangerous. He's got a monka bike, so we're going to do that actually. And we're going to. All right, well, let's see what happens. Oh, money bit meal, more 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 money bit meal. Oh, money bit meal, more 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 money bit meal. All good. back to the place where we started, safe and sound. We live and we learn. Well, nothing wrong with being bold, right, Esteezy? Everybody's got different styles, different ways of looking, different ways of hearing. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. You can try, but it depends on your mind. So for my mind, it's okay, I can carry it, but not everybody. Sure, we can sing a song. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. It's because, the religious institutions are by and large conservative. So a progressive or postmodern approach or appearance is inherently going to be disregarded by conservative and sectarian institutions. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the Here is the Pure Land. The Pure Land is here. I smile in mindfulness and dwell in the present moment. The Buddha is seen in an autumn leaf. The Dharma is a floating cloud. The Sangha body is everywhere. My true home is right here. Breathing in, flowers are blooming. Breathing out, I am aware that trees are a-swaying. My mind is at peace. I love every moment. Breathing in, flowers are blooming. Breathing out, I am aware that trees are a-swaying. My mind is at peace. My true home is right here. Well, we're not talking about drugs here. We're talking about Buddhism and meditation and virtue and generosity and self-inquiry. So questioning, what is the self? What is the ego? What is this? And we're emphasizing like a patience and openness and a deep listening as well. I just recently thought about going to the ashram, but I was talking to the woman who organizes, and I said, I'd love to go down there, but there's just too many rules and regulations for me. And I don't like that. I like to spin off of the cuff and continue onwards. And all of these people bothering and whining, and people just don't get it, and they're not minding their own business, and they're not willing for it to be explained to them. And also resource hoarding, not making proper facilities available, and all that stuff you get when you go to a Zen center. So that's one of the Zen masters said. They said, why do you want to go to a Zen center? Learn how to take care of yourself and to be independent. No likes or dislikes is easy, but being free that's the hard part. It's also a little bit of a double blind, because we say, okay, you need to abandon the world by going to another world. I would like to go to Sadhguru, but my experience with India, and they want to charge me $400 some to go to watch videos at the ashram with with uninitiated people. I told them I was brahmacharya for 7 years. I told them I was a monk for 7 years. I said, look, I don't got cash to throw around. I'm not Mr. Big Bucks. And they said, well, you know what? We don't make any exceptions, and that's the way that it is. They didn't want to talk about it. And I don't agree. I don't agree with that very deeply, and there's a lot of things that I don't agree with. So if I can practice mindfulness and detachment, concerned with big W's in the chat, concerned with a lot of our good friends coming together and being mindful and being open-hearted and sharing and listening deeply, that's enough for me. I can sleep on the street also. It's not a big problem.
I did the other night. I just didn't need to sleep, right? So right now my let's not mention that. Right now my we'll talk about that maybe at another time. That'll be a part of the lore. Right now my work is I'm working to stay involved and motivated and kind of kicking my own butt enough to, let's see if we can't do 12 hours a day, every day. See, let's see if we can't get involved in that way. It's just for me, once I take a nap or once I take a rest, then I'm not really tired, and my sleep cycle is just very, very flexible. It's very stubborn. But that's what I'd like to work on and like to practice with. Stoned Mason, that's not quite accurate, but you're okay. Near-death experience lore, we're going to leave that to later. We don't want to emphasize that too much. But it was concerned with mindfulness and detachment as well. The spiritual ego. As long as I can stay out of the way of fiends and robbers and mischiefs and ghouls, I think I'll be okay. Because a lot of the time, those spiritual people, those supposed to be spiritual people, they don't even want to talk to you. They're just busy doing their thing. I'm fundamentally uneducated. I have no degree. I went to summer school in my final year of high school because I wasn't going and I was sleeping in English class. So I had to go to English class summer school in the senior year of high school. So I'm a failure of the American education system. It's true. It's true. Okay, 6:46. What time? How many hours are we on here? 646 minutes. Account balance is getting low. Uh-oh. Okay. Time's moving in an interesting way. 650. Okay, we're coming up. I was a monk for 7 years. No college. I spent my college money on weed for college books. My college book money, I bought weed and smoked myself. I don't even know what happened to it, but smoked myself into psychosis or something. Horrible experiences, horrible life. Thank you so much, Levi. Appreciate you. Yeah, well, I've had my fair share of gurus. I'm not married, and Sadhguru's always talking about marriage and how problematic it is and how much of a trap it is. So I think you just have to forgive that person and ask them to give you as much space as they can. No, I don't want to go anywhere near weed. Weed complicates and destabilizes the mind. We think that special or intense experiences are inherently good or better, but really we just need to be patient, not to be in a hurry, not to be in a rush, and slowly going in the direction of freedom from suffering. Well, it's a sedative. It's a sedative of our higher orders. So don't sedate your higher orders. Keep them as they are. I do like that Leroy locked in, but maybe try something, add a little bit extra to it. That's a little bit bland. Try to make it hit, you know what I mean? I thank you, Mike. Appreciate you too. Don't take drugs, but if you take medicines, that's great. And Thich Nhat Hanh says if you meditate, if you start to practice mindfulness and meditation, then you might need less of those medicines. You might still need to take them, but you might need less. People can think about it whatever the way they want to. But ultimately, getting high, I don't want you driving my car. I don't want you driving my kids around. Adults who are getting high, I don't know about that. Oh, they're getting high, they're relating to children. I don't know about that. I don't agree with that. You're going to be running around smoking weed, smoking reefer because you got a medical card when you're trying to raise kids? No. Same with magic mushrooms. No. I don't want you driving a car. I don't want you driving a plane. And I think that it's not the right way to be around children either. You want to be clear-minded, awake and alert, and free. Free from dependency on intoxicating substances. You're always driving a car. You're always riding a bike. You're always in a plane. Experience your body in its natural state, or as close to it as you can. What I'm saying is that people need to begin to take responsibility and realize that they can work with their mind in a realistic way. Not by getting high, not by getting stoned, not by seeking special experiences, but by turning within and embracing their direct experience, and sure, possibly having mentors, being more open to being taught or being guided, being more curious about that which is outside of your purview, and just make use of what's in front of you. It's like we're so ready to get high and trip and, run on the borderline of psychosis, but we're not ready to listen to a former Buddhist monk of 7 years talk about meditation or how you can start to work with your mind in a more meaningful way. We need mentors, we need guides, we need direct connections with people who are more experienced than us, that aren't trying to sell us something. That's called humanity. And if we don't have that, we're basically lost and estranged from our human potential of connection with one another. Meditation by itself is just nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. Firstly, meditation can mean many different things, but if it's not wisdom-informed meditation, then you're never really going to get anywhere with that. It's just like a concentration and relaxation exercise. So we want our meditation to be wisdom-informed. But we fall into like this Western trap of thinking that we're in a Tom Cruise movie from 1993, and that's like not just the origin of America, but that's the origin of the universe. That's the origin of human reality, is a Tom Cruise movie from 1993 or whatever. And that's just not the case, right? So we can have a very closed-minded view about what reality is, about what meditation is, about what who the Buddha is, or what that stuff is talking about, etc. We may not understand what we're hearing or what we're experiencing. I'm not trying to drag you into anything. I'm just saying there might be something here that you're curious about, but that cannot be put into words, and that's what this is ultimately about. I left the temple at 6 or 7 a.m. this morning to go to the Mongolian graveyard. That's where we started our live session. And we're going to finish our live session about 12 hours later in front of this abandoned building. That's kind of the point. Not understanding. Not understanding is a lot more reliable than understanding. I left the temple to come out and do the Dharma teaching today, and I'm going to go back to the temple when I'm finished. Go try to take a rest and come back again tomorrow. You have to create physical space. And let go. Just let go and be in the moment. Anthony Williams, you want me to go to Ohio State? Go Buckeyes, huh? I got a Buckeye for you. Yeah, it's not about alternated states of consciousness, and this is the problem of spirituality that's not wisdom informed. And it's the biggest problem in spiritual circles in the West. There's some that are not like this, but the modern crystal, Reiki, Kundalini, chakra, Hindu, all these kinds of things, whatever they might be, they're not wisdom informed, especially the psychedelic communities. They're not wisdom informed. And so it's all about seeking and chasing and perpetuating ego identification. And I'm sorry, but that's not real spirituality. Real spirituality is not about facilitating the development of a special ego. That's just normal humanity. So I don't mind people doing that, but it's just conflating it with enlightenment or insight, etc., is a really big mess, and it leads a lot of people down a wrong path, a very wrong path. Unfairly so, because the wisdom teachings are generally accessible and easily explainable, but people are so wrapped up in the imagery and the consumerism of psychedelics and the spiritual sound bowl, sex workshops and things like that, that they're just lost in the sauce. And who doesn't want to do that? I don't want to do that, but ultimately, that's unnecessary. And it is confusing. And it conflates desires with detachment, and that's not a good idea. And universal dust. I mean, how much do you really know about what this is and what you're talking about? You know what I mean? And how willing are you to not get lost in your own ego in confronting something like that, and actually talk about it and communicate about that? And that's this thing. We have all these, halfway decent-minded, IQ people that have resources or whatever, but they've got their heads so far up their ass of their lava lamps and their globe posters and their incense chandeliers, that they're not willing to put their ego down to actually cooperate and help and go outside the bounds of their selfishness, even a little bit. And that's what it takes. You know what I mean? And it's such a shame. And then they're running around in circles wearing funny clothes, and they're smiling and laughing, and they're sunning their perineums, and everyone's having a great time. But it doesn't really lead anywhere, does it? Let go. Let go by live streaming for 12 hours straight. Has my monk status increased? Depends on how you think about it. I hope my spiritual power is increasing steadily. Yeah, let go of ego. That's right, Mad Acoustic. No matter what, just let it go. True. Starting to crack up. I'm going too far, I'm going too deep. Dissolve it, use physics, just buzzword, random buzzword, nonsense. You're completely disassociated. Same with some dude, completely disassociated. Hello, Oasis. Retreats, yeah, you can try to do retreats, interesting also, but patience, not in a rough, not in a tough, not in a hurry. Yeah. Well, sure, it's all over the place. Well, I'm not a monk. I was a monk for 7 years. Now I'm just a real cool spiritual guy. It's impossible to rid the ego. Well, you might be surprised. You might find out that you haven't been listening to professionals in terms of that. Because the ego is already not, in terms of an ultimate sense. So you're saying that the integration and the kundalini and that is the ultimate sense, but actually the ultimate sense is the emptiness or the absence of the ego to begin with. So with the already absence of the ego to begin with, this is where we get the opportunities of destroying the ego and integrating the ego. And they're both equal. Yes, LR, getting caught up, getting stuck up, getting ridded up and rutted up. 10 inches lava lamp, that's a big one. Yes. Okay, some dude, that's more along the lines. Iron Maiden, it's a confession. Nerd fart. Okay, he's washing clothes. Anthony Williams is disassociating by watching football. Okay, innovation's gonna keep the ego at bay. Ego's not real. Judgmental hippie dudes, that's right. Nobody thinking anything doesn't create anything. That's very normal. That's boilerplate truth or wisdom. Gina B's here listening. Ramta School of Enlightenment, I'd say no. I'd say stick with the classics, stick with the foundations, stick with Thich Nhat Hanh, stick with Ajahn Brahm. Let him go. Well, that's good if you're not. Hello from Norway. I've been looking for the Nords. I'm looking for the Nords and the Europeans. Okay, 100 inches, a homeless man, a spiritual man. Okay, forgive yourself, RS. Nice goggles, mad acoustic rambling. Okay. Where are all these comments coming from? Let's finish this up. Have I surpassed any teachers? You don't really want to go in that direction. You don't want to go in that way. That's when you're an old man. If you're 30 years old talking about surpassing teachers or something like that, you're either a prodigy or a lunatic, and you're most likely a lunatic. You are a lunatic. So we don't work with it that way. We work with mindfulness and detachment. You can't even begin to touch that stuff until you really boil down your ego into a kind of quiescent, non-abiding. That's not about anything or anyone. And then you exfoliate that. But that exfoliation is inclusive of all kinds of different elements and aspects that are mysterious and unknown. So it's a big path. And you're never gonna see, it's kind of like getting lucky. It's like getting lucky, but actually talking shit. And I should be more mindful of that. There is no at the temple. You've got to go there and you've got to eat shit and drink piss. If you've never eaten shit and drinking piss, then you don't have anything to do with this stuff. Yeah, you can get lucky. Yeah, you can kind of hear a bird's whisper about it, but you've got nothing to do with it when you actually get to the knit and grit of this kind of community, this spiritual world. You've got to go out there, you've got to eat shit, you've got to drink piss, you've got to put your head in the dirt, and you got to work. And you're not getting paid. You're getting beaten as you work. Sure I can, Mary James. Okay, some dude, you have my care. Sometimes I make mistakes. You can call me Mr. Monk Life Meditation, Bert. Great. All right, nerd, talking about unity bonding. Where'd you get that? What forum did you get that from, bud? Remy, a random Remy wants to be a moderator. That's very interesting, Remy. Just relax with the animals. They just living like they do. Okay, Universal taking a position. Yes, Cass Winter, with great power comes great responsibility. You can mess yourself up. Some dude, thank you for that. That's interesting. Ranking system, I'm a fake punk. I like that. Some grit. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. There we go. All right, everybody. So we're gonna go ahead and kick out all of the confused people, and let's finish up with our offering ceremony as we finish this, what we'll call the 12-hour live stream. We don't want to play it too close. Can bring our hands together and listen closely. During the past 12 hours, we have come together as a community concerned with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with doing good deeds, concerned with being aware of all kinds of things and not getting stuck, not getting trapped, not getting uninvolved, but rather stepping back, widening out, offering the resolution of non-thought to thought, offering uninvolvement to involvement, stepping back, mindful and detached. We've heard some Dharma. We've practiced meditation in our own way. Some of us have even made offerings, made donations concerned with this path, practiced generosity in ways seen and unseen. Knowing this, we are sure to have accumulated many blessings, not because of our deeds being done in a perfect or specifically particular way, but rather because of our underlying intention to bring benefit to ourselves, to bring benefit to others, to bring an ending of suffering. Considering this, we have surely made innumerable merits concerned with the ending of suffering. Considering this, we have surely made innumerable blessings concerned with the ending of suffering. Although we are greedy, although we get frustrated, although we may be delusional at times, we are not lost enough to hoard these merits or to hoard these blessings, these good effects, these promising good seeds for ourselves. We would like to dedicate and share out these blessings and merits, these wholesome seeds that have been cultivated towards, within and without, all beings. Offering merits and blessings out towards all beings, we ask that those in suffering particularly receive these blessings. We ask that these blessings help those in sufferings to be peaceful, to be free from desire, to be free from anger, and to be free from fear. We ask that these blessings create a sense of peace in and around us, so that those that we encounter will also feel the benefit of the Dhamma. We dedicate all of these merits towards all beings in all directions, and we wish that these merits and blessings all be received by all those in need. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, 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 truly be. Sadhu. 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 Thank you, dear friends, everyone, for your generosity, for your donations, for your comments, for your time and energy. This opportunity for all of us to share our bodies and minds together is really a wonderful, precious gift. This is the most important thing in my life, and I am so grateful that there are others here willing and interested to share this with me. So thank you. Hope to see you again soon. Please be well and take care.